This is how I
rolled a
start now, because I
14.
can't start any other way. 14 was what I rolled just now.
Oh, great.
Ah!
Oh, boy. Guess that answers the question.
Alright,
18.
I did not roll a
18.
14.
Well, someone else could roll 18, 14. Okay. Lily, take
Sweet.
it away.
I'm going to read from Aylin's summary. Shout out to Aylin. Okay, so session 71. We pick up in the Feywild at the Tahane estate where Brian, Loran, and 7 children just teleported. Brian drops his disguise as a half-drow, and they take the kids inside where Mark and the physician attends to them. We leave them in the room, and Loran and Brian go down to the kitchens. Brian notices that Loran is uncharacteristically quiet. He's pretty upset about the situation with Karul and what happened in the Underdark, and just Karul in general, which is fair. They have a small moment where Brian says that they will talk later, but Loran's good. He gives him a hug, and they go and make sandwiches and fruit together. They go back to the kids to give them food because they're very malnourished. And we meet the children. So there's a part Fey girl and her younger brother, a baby elf girl with ginger hair, a very, very young drow boy who looks about 6 months old, a part drow boy with white hair. He looks about 5 years old. Name is Mina.
With an H
there's
at
a half,
the end.
Mina with an H, yes.
Right.
There's a half-orc girl with brown hair who looks about 6 called Velda. And there's a full elf boy with short hair, about 7 years old, called Ulo. Brian makes sure they all have food and drink, gives them a little therapy session where he ascertains how long they've been with the group, and explains the concepts of families and parents, which some of them just don't understand. Loran suggests that Saraza will be able to help with the kids, so we message the group to find out how they're going. We cut back to a shizzle in Brian's room where Casnev, Louis, Slia, Saraza, and one tiny child currently are. Cass's child is named Keon.
Keon.
Right?
Oh, is it?
Sorry.
Keo?
Which one?
I don't remember.
Keon.
Keon.
Baby.
Yes, Keon. And he's very cute, but can't talk. They speak in Cass speaks to him in Undercommon and Common. Neff takes part her shrine. Slia is very anxious and does some rapid fire sendings to Jaral. And they are in the document if anyone wants the actual sendings. Corvius enters the room and he asks why they have a baby and where Ulster and Loran are. We give him a brief overview of the situation, and Cass suggests that they contact Loran and Brian and figure out where they're going to meet up. Corvius offers to help, but we say we're good, and he's a bit like, okay, bye then. Corvius is just happy to be appreciated. However, we do notice that he has been affected by the Chronologica. It seems to have taken a few years off his life. Slia does a greater restoration, and the vitality is restored, but that's a bit sus. Corvius offers to send them to the Feywild, but they turn him down again, and he just leaves. We cut to the Tahane estate once more. Brian asks Loran to message Cass, since Slia's been a bit shaky and closed off. The sending is just saying that they're safe in the Feywild, and we arrange to meet in the Feywild. We're currently waiting for Jaral. I'm just going to skip over this stuff. It's the kids. Brian takes Loran to the spa for relaxation, and they meet up with Lila, and Loran can have somewhat of a relaxing time. We haven't really gotten to the core of Loran's issues yet, but stay tuned. Cut back to the High Solarian. Cass has taken Keon to the kitchen. They're getting some food. Cass investigates the child for magic, and there is an ethereal glow in his eyes. She senses traces of lightning magic, which is very interesting. Neff heals Slia, and Slia does some to Neff. Slia is a bit evasive with questions about how she's doing, but lets the group know that the leader of the sisterhood got away. Thanks Neff for getting them out, and tells them it was the right call, since the leader looked like she was about to release the unpleasant beastie that she had. Sobek and Jaral are apparently in the mansion. They're fine for now. Saraza is looked after by Neff, gets some healing, and Bluey follows Cass around to the kitchen with Keon. Back in the Feywild. Brian and Loran are still in the baths, and Loran asks if they ever got anywhere with their research with Paynite. Suggests that could have something to do with Karul's soul potentially getting away. And so Brian sends a message to Zarina, letting her know about that, and Zarina now knows we're in the Feywild. Brian also suggests that we should have maths therapy. which I think is a very good suggestion. Neff and Saraza go to the marketplace. Neff is looking for stuff to craft tombstones and a holy symbol, apparently. They have a little chat. It's very cute, and Saraza just says he's sorry for being hard on Neff, and they have a hug. It's very adorable. We got back to the Feywild after everyone else is sleeping because they're exhausted. Loran and Brian go to bed, and Loran says that Zarina will try to come back as quickly as possible, so we're anticipating the next morning. Unfortunately, one of the children has fallen asleep in Loran's bed, so they sleep in Saraza's room. Cut back to Shissel. Slia has had a dream where there's her deities, and they're very spooky and metaphorical, and that's a very long conversation. Yes,
A transcribed God talk. Sorry.
If anybody
Star
needs
Martyr,
that,
essentially.
yeah. If anybody needs that summarized, I can do that later.
It's in the
as you like. Yes.
There's 3 deities. They're all talking to Slia. The gist of the conversation is that it sounds like they want Slia to go to Fateways, and that has something to do with the Star Martyr, who has something that only they can show Slia. We cut back to Cass and Bluey. They go to the marketplace with Keon, get some new clothes. Very cute. Slia stays and makes a soft grey plush baby blanket for Keon, and Neff hangs out with Slia while she does that. In the Feywild, Brian wakes up to the sounds of rushing feet and children. They manage to catch some of the children, and it's great. They're doing a flower show. Zarina comes in, adds some sparks. It's good family bonding time. I'm going to skip that bit because it's not necessary. Brian's making Loran feel loved. Back in a Shissel, Cass, Keon, and Bluey return to Brian's room, expecting Jaral, Sobek, Jani, and the kids. They wait around, and they do talk to Alexa during this spare time to find out about the bringer of plagues and what kind of curse it is. They find out it's a spread of necrotic energy, and it will just keep progressing until they die. It can probably be removed by restorative magic. Not necessary. It's really necessary, but I don't need to say it right now. So Jaral and Co appear through the portal, and there is a notable distance between Valis and Jaral. It's a little bit awkward. Valis is still hovering over his dagger, but otherwise everything seems okay. Cass informs them all about the curse, and they try to remove it on Sobek, and I think it works. This is a lot of content.
Yes. The curses are removed.
The curses are removed, essentially. Valis is protecting Keon and pulls him away from Cass, but obviously Keon has grown very attached to Cass, and Valis maybe trusts him a little bit more, but tells the children to stay behind him. Brian messages Cass and says that Jaral should be disguised, and they should all meet them in the Feywild. They teleport into the Feywild, and we originally just say hi. Zarina asks not to really know about Jaral, and that's fair, until Jaral steps forward, looking at Brian, and tells Zarina that he came with a plan in mind. He wants Brian, essentially, to kill him and then restore him to life in a new body. And Brian's like, yeah, cool, that sounds really good. I'm glad you came to this decision. But Slia's a bit emotional about it, so Jaral and Slia run off and have a little chat. Jaral's suddenly feeling really conflicted and asks if he's making a mistake, and they have a very DMC moment. It's very heavy content. There's some valid points raised, like if he's sending the wrong message, but then they eventually involve Brian in the conversation, and Brian offers to keep a strand of Jaral's drow hair, so he will be able to wear his face, but it will just be safer, and he won't be essentially dying. It will still be the same, but just in a different shell. And then Jaral says that he will go through with it. In the meantime, Jani gets her invisibility cloak. That's a bit annoying, but she deserves it. Jaral, Brian, Slia, and Zarina go into the woods after Jaral says goodbye to Valis, but says that despite the fact that he's changing his face, he is his father, and Valis needs to get used to it, basically. Jaral kneels in the forest, and Zarina crouches behind him. I'm going to read this all out because this is a deep moment. Zarina closes his eyes and casts Power Word Kill. Slia starts crying and grips Brian's hand. Zarina lowers Jaral to the ground, and Brian begins the process of casting Reincarnation, and Zarina takes Slia's hand while they wait. Brian covers Jaral in a shroud of plum blossoms, which means keeping promises. And when it's all over, Gerald returns as a wood elf. He looks down at his hands and then up to Brian and begins to cry. Brian begins to cry as well. Slya thanks Brian. And that was where we cut off.
Everyone is crying, and it's
Everyone's
very
sad.
emotional. Yeah. All right, so picking up right where we left off at the end of last game. You are in the woods at the edges of the Dehane estate. Before you, you see Gerald on the ground, tears falling freely from his eyes, but he does not have his head in his hands. He seems to be crying from shock more than anything, not despair. He has now got dark skin, dark hair. His features are only somewhat changed. You can still recognize it as him, mostly from his eyes, which have maintained their cool red color. Zarina slowly backs away, giving you space. But you can still feel her presence, and with her presence comes also a certain urgency. You know you can't dally too long here without having a plan or without talking with the rest of the party. So, those of you outside, that is what you see. Inside, Cass, Neff, and I'm assuming Bluey can hear us. Oh my god, yes. Okay, good. Perfect timing. So, Cass, Neff, and Bluey, you see Loran is hanging back. Jani seems completely disinterested in the entire situation, although a little curious, watching the door, eager to see how Gerald returns. Saraza is swapping between stalking back and forwards, pacing around the room, and making sure the children don't stumble into the wrong room or down any stairs or into any peril. Sobek sits quietly at the edge of the breakfast table, where there is still plenty of food, fruit, everything that
And
also
flowers
around,
everywhere.
flowers everywhere, strewn, prepared, staring off into space as though he does not know what to do with himself without Gerald. Valis is taking point when Saraza is not looking, making sure that all the children stay close. And you notice that they seem to gradiate towards him, as though he's their leader almost. This group of lost children, all protected by his little
That's one
shaking
10-year-old.
hand. One 10-year-old holding a dagger. So, what do you do? Anyone can go first.
I have a question.
Hello, Ken.
If Gerald has been murdered or whatever we're calling it, would his hold over Sobek not be broken?
Funnily enough, you don't know. You can have a look.
Interesting.
It'll take some
So
Sobek's
sort of
tough to read
insight
feeling.
or investigation.
Yeah, I think Cass would head over to Sobek. Keon's still on her hip, but I think she's gonna angle him kind of a little bit away and just be like, "Hey, Sobek, how's it going?"
Hello, Cass. How are you? How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you? Feeling any different today, or are we all?
A little.
Are you feeling the same?
I'm a little disorientated, actually. But how? What am I doing here?
Out of game question. Where was Sobek before he kind of got taken by Gerald? Where was?
Oh God, that's he was in the
Do you know
library.
what-
He was in the library in Kalkan.
In Kalkan, okay.
Yep, in the Temple of Abundance.
Okay. Oh, do you not remember how you got here?
I remember vague flashes that it feels almost like a dream. That I was somewhere dark with Gerald. But it doesn't seem real. Almost. And it doesn't make sense either, seeing as he is not our ally. Unless he kidnapped me. But
Yeah.
that's impossible. I'm powerful. Most of the time. Not all the time. Sometimes.
Yeah. Have a drink and I'll be right back. Cass is going to pass him a drink and then go over to... Because Bluey and Neff are still in there, aren't they? Because Slya and Brian went with Joral.
Yep.
So
Bluey,
I
Neff,
think Cass is going to be like...
and then a group
Blue.
of
and Sarah's there as well. I think she's going to like go and be like, I'll be right back. And she's going to kind of go and be like, guys. Like,
sure. Sarah's
here.
walks over. Loran eyes you all and is like, I get it. I'm not invited. Fine, I'll just go outside.
I'm sorry, I didn't realise Loran was also there. Loran, you're come to.
No, I don't want to
invited.
come. No.
I don't. Sobek, you stay over there.
The only time in history his presence was not noted.
This is the Sobek is over party. I get it. Let's go. All right. I'm in.
Yeah. So I think
you all
Sobek is kind of Joral's power over Sobek has kind of ended now. But I don't know whether we need like how to handle it, or if we want to say it about Joral, because technically Joral looks very different now. But I'm sure are we still going to call him Joral, or are we asking him to change his name as well? Don't know if we want to say anything.
Are we asking you? Joral, can you please
JJ.
change your name?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sarah says, "Well, you raise a fairly good point. We don't want to shock Sobek and let him do something stupid. But also, we can't lie to him. I think he'll just see through it. Is there a way we can ease him into it?"
I mean, the last thing he remembers is being in a library. He has fuzzy memories of being in the Underdark with all of us and Joral, but doesn't quite believe it. So I don't know if we want to hit him with kind of, you've been under Joral's power and we took you on a very, very dangerous mission and just kind of used you for your teleporting and mansion magic. But so I don't know if we want to do that or if we want to, I don't know, smooth it over a little bit. He's currently just drinking, but yeah.
You look over and he is in fact staring at the drink. Not quite taken a sip yet, but he's just holding it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe it would be good if he
Neff?
learned at least the base information, and then maybe the finer details we could just give to him as he asks, if he chooses to ask. You know,
I
just so as not to shock him
completely
in one
disagree.
go.
I think we should just lie to him.
But what if that doesn't work?
Course,
If we try lie to him and he sees through it, wouldn't that make this whole situation
You
worse?
underestimate me and my powers, but well, no, I don't. Okay, right. I'll admit you do have a semblance of an iota of a point there, but like you're not working with a lot.
One atom
you
of
never
point.
really are. Yeah. Hey, Bluey, how you doing?
Would we be technically lying to Sobek if we said that Joral died? But
no, that's
No.
technically a truth.
But not because he was... Oh wait, if Sobek can't remember anything beyond the library, then he wouldn't remember that Joral was sentenced to die, as well as... We could tell him that. We could tell him that Joral was
I think that's a
sentenced
dangerous
along with
thing to tell someone who doesn't like Joral and who's...
Oh, but Joral died elsewhere.
For him. I think that's...
And when Joral walks in the door, we could say, "I've never seen that man in my life." And that would be true.
I've never seen that man in my
says,
life.
"Well, Bluey, you're not wrong. We could try it if we wanted to try and play it off as though this is a new ally of ours who just happens to have the same name. And, well, we don't know exactly what he looks like, but I assume there will be some kind of resemblance."
Be like, this is Joral's twin brother, Joral.
So
family weren't very imaginative with the names.
yes, okay. Loran pipes in and says, "I fear there is one other thing we are overlooking just a little, which
it
is
won't
the
be a
fact
drow.
that, well, yes, that also, but as a fellow wizardly type, I can't imagine Sobek's a sorcerer. He is the least charismatic person I know other than you, Sarah. But you see, considering he is a wizardly type, he is probably quite intelligent, in spite of how he comes across. So, you know,
Loran just
I'm just
roasting
worried
everyone this game.
I love it.
In spite of how he comes across.
he's ready to cut into everyone's self-esteem. Oh no. Okay.
Yeah.
Cass is so offended on Sobek's behalf, she just disappears from this plane. So, as you are all taking sips of water, refreshed.
In unison, like.
While this conversation is taking place, everyone inside, you do hear a chair begin to scrape across the floor. I can't do Foley work. Scrape across the floor. You know what that sounds like. And looking over, you've all heard it. You see Sobek stand up and begin to walk across the room. Seems to be heading towards your group, the group of you.
Sorry, I was having issues. What was that?
Sobek is coming towards you.
Okay, cool.
Sobek is coming.
Sobek is coming. And he sort of stops at the outside of your huddle, and Loran, who's kind of crouching like this, looks over his shoulder and looks back at you all and just says, "I think Sobek's coming." And Sobek's like, it's very clear that there is something happening I'm not being included into.
Okay, Sobek. There has been lots that have gone on. So we all went to the Underdark and we rescued all these, and Cass just gestures at all the kids, which are just kind of here.
I had assumed something of that caliber, but
and now
I don't really remember that very well. How much time has passed since the Temple of Abundance? A few days, a week?
Cass looks up as if asking for a divine intervention to tell her.
It's been over 6 months.
It's been over 6 months, Sobek, she says, as she's just the knowledge just fills her brain, wow.
Dumbass Emma. He looks around your group. Okay. I vaguely remember the others were here as well. Slyer and Allstare. Is Chiral here?
He was. But he's yes.
Okay,
no.
Look, it looks like all of you need a moment to get your story straight. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and sit back down, and I am waiting for an explanation. And
I think
I get that
Cass
explanation,
is gonna I think Cass is gonna do the telepathic message to Sarza, because she knows what Rand's thoughts are, which is to lie. So she's gonna message Sarza and be like, "Should we just tell him everything? What do you think?"
And in your mind, you hear his response say, "If he's giving us a chance to wait, perhaps it's best to get Slyer and Allstare's input first."
She's just gonna But she's not going to send another message. She's still
Sarasa
looking at
does
the
it back, but badly, and it kind of looks like he's like got some kind of eye twitch, like something in his eye, like
And she's just like, I've got. And then she messages him again, being like, I'm going to have to teach you how to do that.
Yeah. Never tell Loran I said this, but I'm not the most charismatic person. It's not a lie. I try.
It's like, no, Sarasa, you have plenty of charisma.
Great.
She like tries to reach up an arm to like pat him on the shoulder, but just kind of like pats his up, like,
he bows down a bit for
arm
you,
instead.
just for you. Right. So, cutting away from everybody inside, outside, Slya, Allstare, Zarina, Joel. Oh, Blue. I'll get back to you at the end. Okay, Slya, Allstare, Zarina, Joel. You're all together.
How's Joel looking?
Shocked, speechless. He hasn't said a word in the sort of like minute or so that's passed since. We're kind of backtracking a little bit in the minute or so that's passed since the spell is cast. He's just got sort of slow tears just like down his cheeks, and he's just looking at his hands. Sorry if my hand looks a bit red. It's because it is. So he's looking at his hands.
Can Brian like start edging a bit closer because he wants to like check Jaral's vitals, but he doesn't want to touch him without Jaral expecting it. So he's like approaching.
As if approaching a stray animal, you kind of take your time and wait. He doesn't look up at you, but he does lower his hands into sort of like loose fists at his side and just adjusts his position. He's aware of you. And he's not shying away.
Jaral, how do you feel?
I feel different. Strange. Can I still do what I did before? Do I still have my abilities?
As far as I know, you should.
He looks as though he's about to try, like, cast something. He's like instinctively reaches to you, but he holds back and he says, I'm a little tired for that.
It might be wise to rest first. Can you stand and move?
And he just sort of slowly begins to
Brian helps him up.
get to his feet. Yeah. He doesn't shake you away. Thank you. We just wipes his tears away. This is it. That's it.
That's it. Now you rest.
And he looks up from you over your shoulder over to Slya. I made you cry. That's unexpected.
I care about you.
He looks down back at you, all stare. You even more unexpected than her.
Let's get you back to the house. Slya, would you help me?
Yeah. Yeah, she was just kind of edging closer to try and help.
He watches you both sort of edging, sort of being wary around him. And with a shaking hand, he takes your shoulder for support. All stare, you feel his grip against you tighten slightly.
Guess we help
And you can lead him. You guys can help him back. As you re-enter the house, you see Sobek sort of like awkwardly like shuffling away from this like huddle of all of your party who were just like sort of whispering amongst each other. And Sarazo goes like this, as though he has something in his eye.
Wow, Sarah, that was so charismatic of you.
Oh god. So you enter in. Everyone else you see as they. Oh no. As your friends and Gerald come back. Bold of me to assume he's not your friend, actually. As your friends return, you see between them they are supporting the person who must be Gerald. I think that everyone's passive insight is above maybe like a 13, right? No,
Above what, sorry?
Yeah.
a 13 passive insight.
Nope.
Really?
Oh,
Oh, actually,
no.
passive insight, no.
11.
Oh god.
Right.
Perception and investigation.
18.
Guys.
My one good passive
Okay.
skill.
Cass and Blue, just make me quick insight checks, please, if you don't mind.
This is not perception.
You can roll it with advantage because this is like fairly logical, but I just want to see if any of you are completely stumped by this.
Okay.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh no! Some fears.
Cass is
13.
just like, oh, who's this dude?
13, you're good. Cass, what did you roll?
A 12.
It's okay. Cass, I think that at first you're a bit stumped, like, huh? And then once you sort of realize that nobody else is questioning it, and you kind of like take in a bit more context, you're like, okay. And you
But like
figure out
Cass is like suppressing it all. She was like frowning, but like I'm like, I don't want to seem stupid in front of everyone. But then when she was like, But I feel like
Yeah.
I feel like Bluey might have looked at her and been like,
Yeah, you two have a look. You share a look. Gives you the
we're like,
you need.
Can I just say in Draconic? I don't know who else speaks it, but like,
I do not.
I've never seen that man in my life. Should I say that? Are we going with that? Who can understand me?
in Draconic, does anyone else speak Draconic?
Oh my god, the polyglot in the room.
So you just,
Oh my
be
god!
like, what?
Bluey, as you have that thought, Bluey and Cass, as you both have that thought, does anyone else speak Draconic? I want you both to just roll me intelligence checks. Just the two of you.
Oh no!
Just the two of us.
Why?
Oh no!
Rolling into
Oh,
checks
no.
all day.
Because I think it's going to be very funny, and that's why.
Oh,
Okay,
I
hang
love
on.
using my power. Okay.
16.
16. Okay.
Hang on,
and
I can't see my presses. My laptop is.
I can.
Hang on.
I'll have your sheet open just in case. Get your sheets
Okay,
together.
17.
17. Right, the two of you. Does anyone else here speak Draconic? You're kind of looking between each other, and you're like, "Oh, I know. Oh, shit!" And you realise that you've forgotten about Courage and Shoe.
We're
You're
like,
like, "Oh,
Courage. Shoot.
oh,
and I'm
fuck."
like,
Sarah
shit,
says.
Brian's gonna kill us.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Where is my cat?
Cass is like trying to like Homer, like just being like disappear into a hedge. Like, I don't want to be here now.
You fade. Metaphorically, you fade into the shadows, but your body stays within sight of your friends as they approach. All stare Slayer, you are within earshot of your group. Immediately,
what are we
Loran
doing?
peels away. And comes to help. Do you need another arm?
I mean, he's not that heavy, but thank you.
Yeah.
Bed, maybe.
Yeah, I could carry him. Just me, I'm sure.
I don't think so.
Okay, but you don't have to say that. You could just keep that between us. Anyway.
Is this loud enough for everybody to hear? Or?
Yes, everyone can hear it.
Do you need some help?
We're going to
Well,
take him to a room,
Mm-hmm.
if that's okay. not sure what you're all huddling about, but he looks between Sobek and then the very obvious separation. Maybe I understand. We'll be right back.
Who helps take Droll up to the room? Just so you... Oh no. Okay. Right, just the two of you. You can do it easily. You take him up to the sort of medical room where the kids were being treated before. Actually, that one would probably be full, so you'd want to go either to the next room over, Sarah's or Loran's room, or try and find somewhere else.
Is there like a spare bedroom anywhere?
Make an investigation check. Because you've only been to a couple of the rooms.
I think that Bluey slept in the spare room last time.
Yeah. Slyo, you would know where one is, so you can easily go to that one. Yep. Okay, you guys take Droll there and you pop him down. And like the moment his back hits the bed, he kind of like sinks in, and for a moment you can see his eyes close, and there's like a sort of a tension that in his face just drains away. And then all of a sudden he shoots back up and is like, Valis.
He's downstairs.
Should we send him up to you?
I want to speak with him, but what will he think of me like this? I don't know how he'll react.
Maybe you should gather your thoughts after a rest. I know that waking up can be a bit disorientating.
Yes.
We'll make sure he's fed and bathed.
Yep, thank you.
I'll also send the physician in to look at you if that's all right, just to check everything's fine.
I could.
I prefer
I know you
Slyo.
can. You want to stay here, Slayer? I'm going to. I feel like I need to go find out what's happening with Sobek.
Yeah, I maybe would rather not be there for that. Whatever y'all decide is. I do need to speak with Serena before she leaves, but.
As do I. I'll let her know. You two stay together, but Droll, you do need to sleep in a bit after she checks you.
Yes.
Okay.
I know. Thank you,
Brian's
Foster.
silence. I'm glad you were the one to make the decision.
Yes. Well, I will rest. He seems a little awkward, a little tired.
Brian just nods and he is going to leave.
Okay.
Since Leia, give Brian a hug before he leaves.
Brian's like, oh yes, hugs. He looks at Droll, then decides it's fine. Slayer, are you alright? I meant to talk to you as well, but there hasn't been a moment.
I know. Thank you.
I'll see you both later.
Yes.
He's gonna leave.
Yeah.
Okay. Brian, you can leave the room. Slayer, would you roll me just a medicine check?
Yes. Okay. Ooh, that's a good one.
Nice.
Okay. 26.
Jesus, yes. Okay. So,
You count his heartbeats by looking at him.
Pulls out the med
Yeah.
kit.
yeah, you go full like war doctor on him. You're like checking his vitals, everything. You do it in like literally a minute, and you're like, yeah. You take enough time to make sure you're doing a thorough check, but expertly. Other than some exhaustion, a slight.
He needs to sleep before he's okay.
There's a slight acceleration of his heartbeat, but it's slowing because he's obviously had a rush of adrenaline just when he was talking about Valis, but he's beginning to sort of let himself rest a little now. He just leans back and lets you do what you need to do. Is there anything you want to say to him? No? Anything you want to do?
Like, if he doesn't prompt conversation, she's not going to try and, like, force it.
Okay. That's fine. All right, so also going back downstairs, everyone else also rejoins you.
He's just
Zarina,
like very wary. He's like, "What have you done? What's happening?"
Zarina took like one look at your gathering and was just like, I don't think this is my problem. So,
Zarina,
do you?
before
Yes?
you leave,
Of course.
both Sleer and I need to speak to you at some point, but not immediately right now. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. You see, what I meant when I say this isn't my problem is that this seems like a very personal, difficult situation that I don't really need to get involved in, because I've got a lot going on as well. So I'm going to let you deal with this, and I'm going to go and have a mimosa,
Mimosas.
probably. Yes. Oh,
So
I love you. I just
Cass like Cass mage hands
you around.
like Cass mage hands her some prosecco or champagne, and like it's just like, there you go.
I will use this in a cocktail. She still has Ulster under one arm, and it's like, would you like one? I will show you how to make a champagne cocktail while we have a conversation, because if there's one thing I want to pass on to you, it's how to make a champagne cocktail. So
That's very fair. That's great wisdom.
yes, of course. All right, and she pushes you away, and just walks off to the kitchen, slaps Sobek on the back as she goes, brings out whatever she needs to make a cocktail, and then just starts, like, doing her own thing, letting you all do whatever it is you wish to do.
I have a quick question.
Mhm.
While, was it Brian, Sleer, and Joral who went off?
Yep.
While they went off, could I have quickly asked something of Lorraine?
Sure, you would have had enough time. You would have had about 5-10 minutes to do it. Well, 5 minutes to do it.
Okay. Lorraine,
Yes.
do you know how to send sendings?
You ask too little of me.
Lorraine, I need you to fireball somebody for me. No, okay.
That's more like it.
Could you, if you wouldn't mind, could you please send a message to Osha to let her know where we are? That we're back now from our perilous adventure.
Yes.
Can I insight check? Can I insight check Lorraine?
Yeah, make an insight check.
That is the most mischievous agreeal to anything
He
ever.
was not hiding it at all
Oh my-
in the slightest.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Very low check required.
Like a 2.
It's an 18.
18.
Yeah.
If only it was higher. Maybe you would have learnt something more. No. With an 18.
Peer into his soul.
With an 18, you fear for your sending a little bit. A little bit.
You know what?
You get
Neff
the
has a lot
impression
of blind trust in Loren. I'm sure. What's the worst that could happen?
This means, Emma, that you do need to say the whole message out loud.
Of course. Of course.
I want to hear it.
Mm-hmm. Go for it. Tell me what you wish to pass on to your wife, your betrothed, your matrimoned.
Hi, Osha. We're in the Feywild again. We've finished our quest for the most part. We're safe and sound. Neff.
Okay, I'm just writing it down so that I know how to properly embellish this.
Sorry, it's like a Rita Skeeter quill.
Okay, wow. We finished our quest for the most part. We're safe and sound. Neff. Okay. Okay. All right. I will send this message in its entirety exactly as you said it to me.
Why do I feel a sudden sense of looming terror within?
Because I'm talking to you, and that's just the sort of vibe I give off.
Okay, that explains that.
Right. And you see him sort of just like stand up a little straighter and start scribing a rune into the air. And in his mind, Loran says, "Hello, Osha. I've missed you. I've missed your windswept form, your rippling biceps, the way you hold me in your arms. We finished our quest. We're safe and sound. But I need you by my side. No.
You know,
Oh, wow.
you know what? It's probably not too far from what Neff is probably thinking, but she did. That's a whole lot of Loran.
That was an extraneous detail.
Oh, I see. Okay. Interesting. Okay. She hates me now, you see, because that did come in my voice. But
okay.
she says,
I don't think I
okay.
said that. Okay.
A long string of curses, and then a very quick, let's meet soon.
Bizarre. I don't think it was. I didn't send anything. All that.
Oh, I added
controversial.
some. I embellished it because your message was very boring. You see.
Oh. Okay. I didn't want to put you on the spot and make you send anything, too intense. But thank you, I guess. Well,
That would have been far more interesting, but I mean, you did what you did, and you have to live with that choice now. So.
Aelin just
thanks
sent
for
me a
sending
message
it.
saying Loran's chaos is emerging.
I wonder why.
Loran's chaos?
He's slowly
Emma's
going
chaos?
insane.
This is good chaos.
Thanks, Loran. For what it's
You
worth,
should
I
be
appreciate it.
Oh, good.
I'm concerned.
Also, at which point you return. Loran looks very pleased with himself. Sarazar is just sort of, you know how in anime sometimes characters will go off to the corner and there'll be just those black lines and just a looming aura of grey around them? That's just what he's doing right now. He's just like...
I go over to Sarazar.
And Cass has the biggest smile on her face. She found that hilarious.
I ignore
Yes.
the happy, I go to Sarazar.
Loran gives you a fist bump, Cass, and over to Sarazar, he's just got his head against the wall and it's just like...
Sarazar, do you need another cactus?
I'll need a bigger terrarium. Yes, please. Yes,
Right now,
please.
okay. Brian sits down with Sarazar and starts crafting a cactus, and it's
Great.
glorious.
It's a glorious cacti. Yeah, wonderful. Okay. Loran just watches this whole thing happen, doesn't say anything. Bluey, is there anything you want to do while whatever this is happening?
I'm also because still just sat in the corner waiting for us to get our story straight. It's just that
Right, I'm waiting for you to explain it. But you all look dodgy.
That is, you're not wrong.
I think.
Therefore, I am.
You do have a piece of, you do have a piece of
Ttrpg.
information which might be interesting to Ulster concerning who isn't with you at this very moment. Just so you remember.
Where's Shu?
Oh yeah. Where? Yeah. Okay, I cannot remember where did we instruct them to stay? Was it in a shuttle?
They're in the High Solarian in Ashisel, yeah.
Okay.
Where is my
So
beloved
they're in
cat
Hogwarts.
that I journeyed from my home country to rescue and went through many perilous fights to retrieve, and who I would protect with my life, who I love more than anything in the world? Where is Shu?
Oh my gosh, do you remember
Oh,
when you had to
shoot.
like rip her human form apart with your bare
Yes.
hand to save her? Wow.
Oh my god.
I remember how I
Yeah.
spent so much time and effort like bringing her back to life essentially. Well, what have you done with her, Bluey?
I cannot remember where I said for them.
Brian
to
gets
hang.
up. Ominous aura is now hanging over him.
We pan to the Temple of Abundance.
Roll an intelligence check, Bluey. See if you remember. Don't roll below like a 10. Oh no.
11.
Oh my god.
The clutch.
High Solarian. They should still be there. You left them under Corvius and Alexa and Aaron's watchful glare.
Okay.
That's not the watchful gaze.
Damn, what a glare it is.
Glare. So
Slightly
Corvius.
neglectful, but not the worst case scenario.
Yeah. I think another problem's come up.
There are many problems. Where should we start?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try and lean in as close as
You can loom, Brian.
Everybody like gathers in like a huddle once more. Cass, Sarazar, Loran, the rest of you.
I don't know if I need to like stealth to try and whisper something. But like, the wizard.
The wizard. Brian looks at Loran.
The wonderful wizard.
What's he done?
What haven't I
I was
done?
gone for
Nothing.
not very long.
He didn't do anything. Something's been undone.
Can I roll insight check because I'm high insight?
Yeah, you can. I had a comeback for that, but I think it's stupid.
Wait,
do
what?
it, do it. Well,
You say something's been undone, Loran immediately looks at his shirt and he's like, "No, it's still done up." Stupid.
the chaos is really emerging. Okay, I rolled a 14, which is not a good
14.
roll.
It's
I rolled 4, Emma.
roll. Yeah.
Power.
Okay, well, with that, you are aware the only person not included in this conversation is Sobek, so you have an idea that it pertains to Sobek.
Eyes flick over to Sobek, back to Blue. Yes.
Cray. No,
Don't
wait.
speak, whatever that is.
It's gonna be Pig Latin.
What is it? Influence.
How about I step outside the room with you, and you tell me what's happening, and then we come back in and discuss whatever you were discussing before. Okay, Brian takes Bluey's arm and takes her out of the room briefly.
Ixnay on the influence, yay.
Explain.
The thing that Jaral had Sobek under, I think, is
Oh dear.
gone. And
Well, that is a problem.
I think he can only vaguely remember the last 6 months. And he knows that he's been a bit weird for 6 months, and that we rescued the children from the Underdark. And he knows that Jaral was here. But I don't know, I had this plan that, like, maybe as Jaral came in, I'd be like, I'd never seen that man in my life, and would be truthful. And then it would be weird, because you would know that I would know that that is Jaral. But then Jaral would know that something was weird. But I never got to enact it.
I think I understand. Let's go back inside. I will give my suggestions, and inevitably they will be turned into something a bit more interesting.
Okay.
Good shit. All right, so the two of you exit. I'm gonna just say this is a corridor full of like cupboards because we've gone into so many like corners. You've left the main room and then went into another room, and then from that room you went into another room. So you guys are just in a cupboard. You open the doors, everyone is just standing there.
We come out of the cupboard.
You come out
In another cupboard.
and you're in another cupboard. The Dehane Labyrinth is what it should be called. So.
It's 2 cupboards put together, we're stuck.
Moran is the Goblin King. That's a cute shirt.
I watched The Labyrinth the other day. Love it.
That scene where the creature like follows and tries to grab the girl's ankles like gets me every freaking time. Just like the.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Aelin vigorously shaking, no.
What was I going to say?
so emerging, the rest of the group is there.
Brian looks more understanding now. He's like, ah.
Ah,
So, who is on the team lie and who is on the team truth?
I think
should we
know
like
the
don't
truth.
need- don't think I need to-
ourselves? Yeah.
I think I know for you. Anyone else?
I'll move to the truth side, kind of hesitantly.
Saraza, you're standing next to Saraza. Loran is over on the lie side. Come
Cass
on, my
is
team is
like
more fun.
starting
Come
to
on,
walk to Loran, but then is like, and goes to the truth side. She's like, I'm
my
sorry,
God.
Loran.
That's fine. I can make my own friends.
Brian just pats Loran's shoulder.
Come on,
I-
don't betray me. Don't do it.
I am 2/3 towards the truth side and 1/3, or as in like a third away from the truth side, but 2/3 from the lie side.
Are you using it as like
Think
a
of the
meter of
benefits,
how
Louis.
much you want to lie in your truthful statement?
Well, it's ambivalence, but leaning more to one side. I'm on the side that is Jaral comes away from this not hurt and not suspect, and Sobek
I
is
just,
somehow okay as well.
Has
Just the
anyone
visual of
considered
this.
the middle ground?
Is there anyone in the middle?
I'm
Got-
sort of close,
Okay.
I guess.
Bluey.
Just Bluey.
I just
Okay,
think the
so we
visual
have-
of this from Sobek's perspective, he's just sat like
Seeing us
watching us
all,
all
like-
as we're like now taking
We're
like
sorting ourselves out.
sides. Bluey's just having like an existential crisis in the
Crisis.
middle, like
Loran's doing-
Welcome
Loran's
everybody,
like,
contestants, to Truth or Lie on today's
Saraza is
episode.
growing mushrooms in the corner.
He has a new cactus now, though, so he's fine.
His new cactus. They're
Um,
growing on his cactus.
So, have we considered asking Sobek if he really wants to know if it could be detrimental to his general psychological well-being, which we knew was a bit fractured before this? We could just say, something has happened. It was very heavy. You probably need a very long vacation, and maybe we can talk about this again in a few months. And then we never talk about it.
That is interesting. Although we probably do have to bear in mind we were the cause of a lot of his mental instability, so he might not be as willing or amicable about that with us.
Who did he like the most out of us?
Are any of us
Not
really
Neff.
that likable?
Not you, Laurent. Yes,
No.
you're his shop competitor.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Cass is very
Cass?
persuasive.
That's true.
Cass is there like, yeah, I can. So are we going with the go on a holiday?
I'll come with you
Right.
guys.
Is that
I
where
think-
is that what we want?
We should give him the option. If he wants to know, then we need to recalibrate. If he would rather have a mental break, not a mental breakdown, we need to usher him into that
Sides of
path.
the same coin.
Okay.
Maybe
Right, let's do
Bluey
it, Brian.
should go as well, just so that you can have a cheerleader of some sort on your side.
We do need a cheery person in this
Okay.
group.
Congratulations,
All right,
Sobek,
let's go.
you've won a
Come on.
Mediterranean cruise for 20 days.
Neff,
Yes.
Yes, roll
Why
a
is my
d12 for me.
Oh, I love
I rolled
D12s.
D12.
I've always wanted to roll one of these. I don't know why I'm speaking in character as if she's actually got a D12 to roll. Maybe she does, who knows. Oh wait, am I just rolling it raw?
Yeah, just roll me one.
What
Two.
the fuck?
Oh wow.
What would a D12 be needed for?
Right, one.
Roll
I use
initiative,
D12
everybody.
I use D12s for
How many-
encounters.
Out of 12.
What did you get? Sorry, Neff.
2.
2. Your hair turns neon green.
What?
Make a
Well.
perception check.
Make a perception check. Okay, I want to see if
Yeah.
I want to see if I see my bangs.
Is it Serena?
Where is my Nef sheet? Perception is down. I'm like perception. I scroll up past it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say 14.
The other side of the room. Subtle finger guns from Loran. Your hair is just neon green now.
I don't think Laurent's okay, but we'll deal with that later.
How stylish does it look? Does it look good, or does it look like nah?
It's okay. The color. This is a color generator, and I tapped it twice to get the color, but it's now regenerated a different color. So it's like real neon green.
Really? I feel
That's
like
the colour
purple and
code.
green could go together. You know, that's very like
You can see my face changing color slightly.
I had like a Smash
It's
school
okay.
lunchbox like 20
It's
years ago that was that color. I
Kind
think.
of like that green, but more neon.
Oh my god,
So
it's
there you
green
go.
screen
Neff
green.
never looked better.
Yep.
Okay.
But I
Can I
suppose
catch that
Neff
with
wouldn't
my
even
passive
know.
perception?
Yeah.
I'm just like, what is going on?
Mm-hmm. You approach Sobek.
Okay.
So he's just sitting there.
Okay, so back.
Oh yeah, sorry. I will also.
I feel like Bluey, you did that in real life. You're like, wait, what? Oh wait, yeah, I'm coming too.
Thanks, so.
Yeah.
So we,
Beck.
Hey.
if you want to know everything, we can tell you, but there's a lot, and we think you might enjoy like a really, really nice holiday instead. Full disclosure, I would pick the holiday. I mean, I know that right now,
It sounds
might be
so
difficult,
much more
but we can.
ridiculous when you say it.
But teleportation circles, you can avoid those planes. Okay, you don't want to be on a plane right now. But sipping on a daiquiri on a beach, Sobek, come on.
So,
We can
Beck, do
all
you want to
admit
know
that
the
that's what we
truth,
want.
or do you want a 20-day cruise in the Mediterranean Sea?
Brian's just like, you're ruining it. You're ruining it.
You could have the truth, or hot tubs, springs, on a boat in sea.
I
Cass
think
is going to roll
no.
persuasion.
Wait. Can I just interject once before that happens? What Cass is trying to suggest is that at the moment, the truth is a little difficult to extract, and we want to make sure that you're having this truth given to you at a time when it is fluid and able to be understood easily. But we can't currently unpack that all for you. So if you would just go, relax, chill out, recover from 6 months of general trauma, and then we will come back to you with a nice packaged answer.
And also daiquiris on the beach.
You don't have to have daiquiris on the beach. It could be tea on your couch.
Or 20 days on a Mediterranean cruise.
Neff just saying that from the corner.
I'm sorry, I have an inner and outer inside of me. I don't know what to do. We all fight our demons.
I can see that you're struggling.
You can attempt to roll some sort of persuasion check at disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Well, I don't know. Well, unless I roll on that one, it's not going to be much lower than that. Yeah, so 18.
Okay. Disadvantage.
Yeah, I rolled a 3, but I have plus 15.
You roll it twice if it's disadvantage. So the first
Yes,
was a 3.
that was a 3. And then
Oh.
the second one was 31.
Okay. This is sounding somehow surprisingly amicable to me. But I wonder whether that's because I'm tired or whether that's actually a good idea. So can I just summarize so that I fully understand what you said to me so that I can, make my own my choice about this? My apparent trauma is too inconvenient for you to talk about truthfully right now. So what you're asking is for me to go to a beach and maybe drink mimosas whilst you guys sort out the story behind what's happened to me in the last 6 months.
That's
To me
so you
personally.
might not be able to process it at the moment.
The
trauma is something that you cannot process. It is, by definition, unprocessable. So you are storing it in the back of your mind, and it will just become a repetitive traumatic experience unless you sit back and prepare yourself for this news. That is
And
why
how long
I'm
exactly do you want me to prepare myself for?
20 days, maybe. Don't know why I have that number in my head. It might be the 20-day cruise. Anyway.
You understand why I'm fundamentally and ideologically opposed to this offer, right?
I look at Cass. Mimosas sound very nice.
In Cass's head, she thinks,
I would
oh,
love
now
this
you're
offer
into the
so bad.
mimosas.
If I
How
had this
about-
offer, I would take it.
How about this? I'm going to summon my mansion and go inside and lock the door.
And never come back.
And I will take 8 hours in my mansion to have some R&R in my spa. After that, I want every piece of information, truthfully. Because, funnily enough, you're right, you can't process trauma unless you have the proper toolkit and understanding to do so. And I'm relying on you guys to give me that. So.
Completely fair, Sobek. Would you like
all
some
Carol's
alcohol
fault, just
for your
saying.
R&R?
No.
Okay.
You've done more than enough.
Enjoy
A
your
question.
holiday.
I have one more question for you, though.
Mm.
We went to the Underdark.
Yeah.
We returned here. Who
Yeah.
exactly returned here? Other than who I can see.
To be honest, the
Who came
memories
back
are
from
a
the
bit
Underdark?
hazy.
A lot of children.
A lot of children.
Yes.
A lot of children. And one of their parents, I believe.
Who?
That is part of the package when you're finished with your spa.
That comes on day 20 of the Mediterranean cruise.
That
The whole point is you need to guess.
comes on
throughout the period.
hour 8 of the R&R
If you
package.
guess correctly on the first time, you get a prize. Prize is more mimosas.
You don't have to tell me. I have access to magics which can show me things that have happened in my past, so I will take that time by myself and cast whatever spells I need to spell to get
So
to the
that-
bottom of this.
You said
I
you
will
would take
leave
8
now.
hours.
Yes, in that 8 hours I can do the things that bring me relaxation and joy. For example, casting magic. Goodbye. And he turns around and starts casting his door.
I just look at everyone else. I'm like,
Cass is just going to whisper to Brian, like, should we just tell him? Like, is it better that we tell him? Or that he finds out on his own?
Door is slowly appearing.
well, I mean, if he's happy to relax for a bit, he might be in a better mood after.
But he's not going to be. He's not going to be relaxing. He's going to be figuring out what happened,
8 hours
and then he's going to come up real fucking mad.
Okay, fine. We'll go get
Okay, so bad. Right. We'll just tell you
opens
everything
him.
because we wanted it to come from us, but we just wanted
Really
you to
should
have
have
the
taken
best.
spa package.
Yes, it would have been
It's
great.
fine.
Please sit down. Please sit down. You would have potentially enjoyed this more after, or not enjoyed it, but received it better if you had been in the spa for 8 hours. But
I can't believe
I
you want it
guess-
now, but it's your decision.
We can
guess
do
we'll
this
just do
in
it
the
now.
spa if you want to sit in a spa. If that is so important to you, I've summoned my mansion.
That's a weird
No.
spa trip.
That sounds really
no,
nice. Actually.
I don't want to
I'm
have this
good.
conversation in a spa.
Are you
I'm really
sure?
fine.
I have a sad
Um,
husband to look after.
We could
I
bring
have
him.
a child now. Like, okay, so
Yes, go.
It's very chaotic, Sobek. You need to understand.
Actually,
I've met you, so okay, go on. Tell me.
should we say this in like a
Cass,
sanctum
paper
or
rock
anything?
about
Or
what
no?
happens.
okay,
The whole
Ready?
pain state, I think, is protected.
Mm-hmm.
One.
are we rock paper
Wait, just do it.
scissors?
Do it under here
Two.
and then raise it at the same time. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so
What? That's not how you do it. You have to do it off screen.
wait, what are we
And then we-
doing?
we-
Off
'cause
screen.
it's
Okay.
a bit laggy.
Ah,
okay, do it.
there we
Ready? No, off screen.
Okay.
Off screen. Ready?
Yeah.
1, 2.
It is off screen.
Okay, now reveal.
Okay. Oh,
I can't
so
see
does
what
that-
it is.
you
I
won.
win.
So does that? That's a fist. The rock.
I used dynamite.
mean
It
you get to
blows
do
up
it?
your paper.
Or does that mean
Okay.
Cass has to do it?
Well, what would you rather? Just so I know, so when I make my decision.
you can take it. I can chime in as and when.
See, I won, but
Yeah.
you're still winning. Okay. Brian slowly turns around to Sobek. I
Mhm.
lost the yeah. So
Please tell me.
what happened was, you know, Cruel. Yes,
Yes.
that we can trace most of our
Vaguely.
problems back to him. So we had an altercation with him in the library, which was the last thing I'm assuming you clearly remember.
I do.
Yes. So he was essentially holding a hostage over Giral. And therefore, Giral was doing what Kurul wanted. When I captured Kurul, which I did in the library, Giral used you as an escape route because he thought that we were going to potentially hurt him since he had been working with Kurul, had done quite a few bad things under Kurul, as some people tend to do. So you and Giral just had some time together for a few months. Giral, from all accounts, looked after you quite well. You were very friendly with Giral for this period. You even went to the Underdark and he got you out safely, which was commendable. Then you joined up with us again, and Giral was wanting to make amends for the things he did whilst with Kurul. We didn't trust him at first, and we weren't sure how you would react if we removed the magic that he had on you, which would stop you from potentially killing him. It was a bit of a safety kind of situation. It wasn't that we wanted you to be under magic, but it was just for Jiral's safety and our general safety, because when we met you again, we were going into the Underdark to rescue a child, and we didn't really want to jeopardize that mission. So we went to the Underdark, we collected these children, and we brought them back to the surface. And to protect Giral, we have somewhat changed his identity because the things he did as Giral are still associated with him, and of course, Kurul would probably want to kill him for betraying him. So Giral is here, resting, and you are no longer cursed. So a win-win situation in my book. Yes, that's what happened.
Huh. Okay. And he stands up.
Also, he removed a Plague Bringer's curse on you as well, which would have slowly eaten you away with necrotic energy.
Right. So, I understand why you did what you did. I am going to go to Ironstone. I'm going to go and sit in my shop. And I'm going to pack up everything I own and move. Where am I going to go? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe a beach.
Sorry, not funny. It is funny. Brian's not laughing. I'm laughing.
You have done enough. Thank you for your patronage and your service up until this point. If I want to see you again, you'll hear from me. Until then, goodbye. And he begins to leave.
Are you sure
One
you
more.
don't want to rest before you go?
I'm
your
sorry,
mansion.
Sobek, for
I'm sorry
everything.
too, but I don't know if that helps, to be honest.
No, but I just wanted you to know that.
He looks back. Use that mansion for whatever you require. There is a spa in there. You know how it works. Might be the last one for a while, so enjoy it. Like I said, I understand. And truly, the fault doesn't lie with you. You did what you had to do. I'm removing myself for my mental health, if that makes you feel any better. And also because I don't know what I'll do when I see him again. I'm certain I will. But not today. Nor for the foreseeable future. It has been an experience working with you all. Goodbye. And he starts to walk out of the door of the Dane estate.
Goodbye, Silver.
Can we just come inside? Like,
Yeah.
Maybe once
Bye.
he's sort of like a fair distance, like a bit out, could Bluey just sort of call from the door? If you want to avoid us, make sure you don't settle in Melas, because that has a beach.
Sobek
I'm
turns around and
sorry.
says, I'm not gonna go to Melas. That's stupid. Okay, bye. Bye.
Oh.
I think he needs a lot of time alone.
What gave you that impression? Lorraine
Right.
calls over from the corner.
Very well. He's
What was that,
trying
Georgia?
killing you. Oh, with Maggie. Hang on, I'll come back.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're a little grey pixel.
Yeah, one grey pixel on a green background. That's what I saw.
Am I back?
Yeah. Oh, you're back.
Yes.
I'm back. Okay. To be honest, I think that went about as good as it could be for the Disappointment crew. I think that was kind of a win. He didn't try and kill any of us. He's not. He's mad, but he kind of seems to understand. He's understandably pissed off with Gerald, but I think that went surprisingly well.
He kind of fired us.
He
But
did.
again,
but
he's
we
not the
can-
head of the order anymore.
Yeah.
No,
we can-
those
did
rune
fire us.
things. Those rune things don't even go to him anymore, right? So I mean, win-win. You can still do all that stuff, and
still do it
I'm
and
sure
help that out.
if you
Does he know
want.
that?
He'll find out.
Has he been told
He'll
any
find
of that 6 months?
He left before asking.
Yeah, like I again a win. He left before he found out, and also we can still find these objects and then send them in. It's not like as like anonymous benefactors if we're technically fired.
It sounds like he retired, if anything. I mean, more than
He is quite
us
old for
being
a
fired. What is he, like 45?
Is Sobek
Is he
still
fine, but-
visible from outside the door?
Bluey, I think as you look out, you see sort of the tail end of a sort of a familiar like line of light just flash and disseminate as a teleportation spell comes too close.
I think after all this, a break will do him some good.
Break could do us some good too, but that's not really an option.
He did say we could use the spa.
Right, anyone who wants to use the spa, be my guest. I'm going to have some mimosas with Zarina, and then I want to talk to, he looks around for Loran, you.
Hello. Okay. You will find me in the hot tub.
Hot tub party, let's go.
You wink.
Wonderful.
Oh. You're coming?
Well, yeah, I was excited about that.
Okay, that's fine. You can come too.
Don't worry, I'm sure there's more than one hot tub.
I'm joking, Neff.
They sit 5 feet
That's
apart.
Can I insight Loran?
You can. Yeah.
Just in general, he's been turning people's hair green. He's been...
Oh yeah, my hair is like neon right now.
That's a 17.
Don't
Don't know why I checked it.
Despite how chaotic he's acting, looking at him, it's almost as if his heart isn't really in it. He's kind of just being a bit of a shit. But why? What's motivating it? Who is Loran now? All these questions that go over in your
Questions
mind
to be answered.
to be answered in therapy.
I'll see you both in the hot tub then,
So you
with all
see,
my towels.
Okay. Yes, of course. Come on, Neff, and he just like locks his arm over your shoulders and just like dragging you.
Don't drown, Neff.
Don't drown. So
I will
guys, in that
consider
time, I
the
re-rolled a
pros and cons
character.
of drowning Neff. Yeah. No. Okay. Everyone else, what are you doing?
Cass is going to go and speak to Salazar. Is he
Cool,
still just in the
Salazar.
corner? Just like
He is.
seeming sad, or
He's admiring
graduated.
his new cacti.
Well, yes. Funnily enough, he's graduated from the corner to sitting like on the cusp of the children's sort of little ring that they've made, and is just sort of like slowly arranging the terrarium. And a couple of the older kids are kind of like looking at it, interested. One of them just like reaches over and just like helps him put one back in the bowl.
okay, Cass is going to go and sit with Salazar, and she's going to like put like Keon down and let him just go wander off with the kids and
he like just
do
sort of
what
goes,
he wants. Oh, so cute.
Nice.
Yeah, so Cass is going to turn to Salazar and be like, I think we kind of need to figure out what we're doing with all the children. I had an idea. I will have to speak with Jaral and see if he wants to. He might not want this. It might be just be for the other kids. But I have a palace, castle. It's a small one, but I do have one. And I was thinking that the kids could stay, and Jaral, if he wants to, with Valis could go, because they need a place, don't they, to kind of be without involving Zarina and the Dahanes. And I was thinking that they could go there if they wanted. But Valis and Jaral, I assume that Valis would want to be with the kids. And I assume Valis is there, so I think as well.
Okay, that last bit did cut out. If you don't mind just repeating.
I assume that Valis is quite close by.
Yeah,
so
Valis
she's
is sort of just, like,
basically
staring
Cass is basically extending this offer, being like, that it's a suggestion. If you wanted to go there, Valis, you would be more than welcome to stay at my place until such time that you wanted to leave with all the children.
I go where they go. He didn't say anything else. You notice though that he has relaxed somewhat. He's no longer got his hand sort of hovering over his dagger, but he still doesn't look like he trusts you all completely.
That's completely fair. You would all be very safe there, and you could stay as long as you wanted. What do you think, Salazar?
Salazar kind of puts his hands together and just says, I would like to try and return these children to their parents if I can.
Oh, of course. If any of them have family that is missing them, then they have to go back. We're not kidnapping them. But if if any don't.
If any don't, I'm in the privileged position of having a stable family home, both on the material plane and in the Feywild. So, if they need homes, they have homes with my family. And from the looks of it, with you as well. He seems quite attached to you. He looks over to Keon.
And Cass is like, yes, I love him. But we need to make sure that he's not got family that's missing him.
We will. You know, I never thought of ever having a child of my own after the life that I've led, it seemed a little silly, but protecting children who can't protect themselves, I think that's something I can do, regardless of whether they view me as a parental figure or not.
Cass puts her hand on Sarah's. Well, we're sat down, so shoulder. This time she can actually reach. And it's just like, Sarah, you would make, and you will make, an amazing father, whether it is for your own children or children that you're looking after. I know that you've looked after all of us more times than you probably want to. So I think you do yourself.
Beldahane whispers in the distance.
Hell yeah.
You've got this.
Thank you, Cass. It does mean a lot. You got this too. Although, maybe leave settling down completely until your adventuring days are done. I don't think Keon will be willing to part from you that easily. If you have to keep going off to fight, I don't know, monsters or off to different planes of existence.
Cass is like, you can see her have a bit of an existential crisis, and she's like, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Indeed we will. Loran's actually a bit weird, don't you think?
Yes, the chaotic energy from him seems a bit more destructive than usual.
Yes.
I think,
turned up to 100.
Yes, I think Brian needs to have but me and Loran kind of have a love-hate relationship. It's
You seem to be
mainly
quite
about
enjoying
forming
this,
mischief.
actually, funnily enough. Cass?
Well, the mischief, I live for it. Yeah. I think it's amazing. Yeah. I think Neff's hair looks phenomenal. But I also know that that's not...
It almost matches.
It's not quite a...
But blue. But green,
so
even.
Not at all then, Sarah.
Not at all. Look, okay, I'm trying to make small talk. It's not my forte.
I appreciated the effort. But yes, I enjoy them, but not if it's coming from a bad place. So I think Brian needs to check in on him.
Yes.
Or you? I don't know if that would...
We don't have that kind of relationship. We just coexist.
I think you do more than coexist. I see the love there.
Never speak of this to anyone
Give
else.
him a hug.
Oh yeah, Cass is going to. She gives him a hug. And I think you should grow back your goatee. I think it looked great.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I repressed that memory. Should I? I don't know if it'd even grow anymore.
You definitely should. Persuade. I'm going to persuade him.
Oh god.
Persuasion check.
Oh no.
This is not going to improve Loran's mood.
Do it. Oh, George is frozen for me. Oh no. What did you roll there?
6.
26. Right. I'm sorry. Every time that cut out. Oh no. 21. Okay. George, you're getting a little bit roboty. Thank you. Okay.
The cosmos doesn't want it to happen.
21. 21. He looks contemplative.
Okay.
I'm gonna say on that one.
And Cass is gonna give him a hug, and then just sit with him with the children for a bit.
Okay. Cool. Louis, you doing anything?
I think I'd like to maybe speak to Slia.
Okay, you saw her go upstairs with the person you know to be Giral in his reincarnated form. She did not come back down, so you can go and have a look for her. The rooms you know of or are familiar with in this house, or at least on that level, spare room, Saraz's room, Loran's room, and the room you stayed in. So after checking all of those, you quickly find him in the room that you stayed in with Slya last time you were here in the house. You see Slya sitting at his side, and Giral is still asleep. Slya, about an hour or so has passed since you last spoke with Ulster and you were left here. Bluey joins you.
Hello. Did you hear anything of downstairs?
Did I? Yeah.
Your passive perception's real low, though, isn't it?
It's better than it was. It's not great. It's a 14.
Unfortunately, no, it's a little bit too far away.
Sobek knows, and he's left because the thing ended on him because Giral.
Yes. I had wondered if that was going to happen.
I mean, if I can't remember what. I don't think Giral knew what he wanted to do about that, right?
He didn't. Yeah, make it. Oh, sorry, I thought you were asking me.
Just to let you know, I don't.
Thank you.
Is he doing all right?
Well, as can be expected. He just needs rest. Are you doing all right?
You're doing all right. Sorry.
Are you? Each of you roll a d20 for me.
That's a fun number.
Who rolled higher?
16.
Yes,
16.
Bluey. I rolled a 3.
Okay.
Bluey, you're going first. How are you doing?
I know, I was very torn. I guess I didn't know what Sobek would do if he knew. Because I can't imagine memories returning to you being pleasant to process, and especially the idea that you can't control what you've been doing, really. And that you might feel justified in really not liking the person who did that to you. But I feel like it's important to not keep that information from people. And it feels rather like maybe a bit selfish, or I don't know. to worry about how we're doing, but it is a concern to worry about Gerald. Good news. Sobek wants to stay away. He
Blame him.
not great news. He doesn't know what he'd do if he'd see Gerald, so he just doesn't want to see Gerald. And you?
He deserved to have his memories. And I know he doesn't look fondly on Drow, so I didn't think that it would help if I was there.
Oh.
He's free now.
He did talk about maybe going to a beach. That doesn't sound very work-related.
Oh, but they say that vitamin D is good for your health.
For your health.
Says me, the vitamin D deficient.
Slya and Bluey, from behind you, you feel, well, Bluey you see, and Slya you feel Droll shifting slightly beneath the covers, turning away.
Like, she just kind of aims in his direction, but not like...
Make a perception check. Or an insight check. You can choose.
I would love an insight check.
There you go.
It's 12.
Oh. Let me see. So, as you look over your shoulder, you get the feeling that Droll is maybe stirring slightly. Whether he's fully awake or not, you can't quite tell. He's turned away, so his face is directed away from you both.
Slya was just going to say, I'll be back later. And just kind of like...
A small nod. But no, nothing else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Continue this outside, I guess.
The two of you leave the room. So, everyone else going into the mansion for a spa day? What are we doing? Going drinking with mimosas with Serena? Okay, let's go with that.
Well, I don't want to talk about it, but yes.
Ulster, looking around, you don't find Serena in the foyer of the house nor the room where you guys are waiting. But you have an idea of her and what she's about, so you go straight to her study. Her study is as chaotic as it was when you first saw it. Although he looks what on the floor, sorry?
Snakes on the floor.
No snakes on the floor this time, no. However, it looks like it has been used in a little while. Zarina being away from home, very busy, as she's mentioned many times before. But now she is reclined behind her desk, feet resting up on a pile of books which are being slowly kicked off the edge of her desk. And she is drinking a cocktail, and she's poured another glass. Ulster, game on Dehane, I've been expecting you.
Are those books okay? Do you want me to reposition them? Are you
They
comfortable?
fall. They fall.
Okay. Well, I wanted to come by briefly. I was planning to have a longer conversation, but I don't think Loran is okay, so I'll be brief.
Has he ever been okay though?
It's a good point, but he's turning people's hair green, and it's unusual.
Yes, I was doing far worse when I was his age, so he's on the right track then.
He just seems a bit sad. But I'll find out why hopefully soon. I believe you got a message about the pay night.
Oh yes. Difficult conversations. Let's do those. Yep, I did. Also, I won't lie to you, I haven't had a whole lot of time to look into it. How about you tell me what you know, and I'll try and fill in the gaps wherever I can.
Well, we know that pay night is what the chronologico is made of. We know that it's a magical substance that can concentrate and find magical energies. Loran had an idea that potentially Paynite could be used to transfer Quirrell's soul from his body if the stone did find its way back to him.
Interesting. Objects have been used to store souls before. You've seen the locket, you gave it to me yourself. Whether they would be able to bypass my own magics, I don't know. If I could get my hands on some paynite, I might be able to experiment a little, draw some more solid conclusions, but I said before, it's difficult to locate the purple stone. We are still looking. I believe it's still in the Feywild. But right now, my main priority is working with Leander at the Sealy Court to get this trial, execution, she rolls her eyes, exasperated at the word of it, at the thought of it, postponed. We've made major headway just today with Jaral. Mostly thanks to all of you, but we're still working, doing what we can. Honestly, at the moment, without an actual piece of paynite, there's not a lot I can do.
Out of game. Who has the paynite with Ender's soul in it?
Who does have that?
Was it Cass?
I think Anna has it now.
Anna, okay. That makes sense.
Who's in Visoros still?
Anna went back to Castle Winterbrand. Whitecliff Castle, sorry, with the Winterbrands. She's been living there for the last few months. Louis would be able to would have told you that much.
Right, then I'll tell Zarina. Anna Ashun has a piece of it with Ender's soul in it. It's I believe in Whitecliff Castle.
Okay, you said some names and places. Let me just give me a moment to jog my memory.
Ender's the one who we tried to resurrect. Didn't work. His soul is trapped in the
I have heard about that. Oh, okay.
His mother has the stone. She's in Melas in a prayer in Whitecliff Castle.
Interesting. If I could get my hands on that stone, it could confirm all of the theories we've been discussing right now. Would you be willing to part with it?
Can I insight check Serena, just out of interest?
Sure, what are you looking for?
Just casually. Just a general read on her. Oh boy, it's 28.
28. She seems very much interested in the thought of being able to get her hands on a bit of this paynite to learn its properties and learn how to use it. You saw her eyes light up when you mentioned the potential of finding one soon, even. One which has a soul in it, even. More interesting.
And she's acting like herself, yeah? I can't sense
She is
anything.
She's acting like herself. Yeah. You know she's
Very
quite an
protective of
eccentric.
Linda's soul.
She's quite an eccentric, and knowing what you know about her, her history and her role, you get the impression that she's a curious person, almost like an inventor, almost, you know, like she's always looking out for innovations and new ways of doing things. And as much as she's doing this for you guys and wants to help you all, she's also got a personal sort of interest there.
She might be willing to part with it if you approach her as a fellow mother. She's quite empathetic, but
My parroting style was a little bit unorthodox, so
you can play it up a little bit. She might appreciate that.
this woman lost her son, yes? I don't want to lie to the poor woman, but
No, but the less she
Point.
knows about what we're doing, the safer for her.
that's true. It's very wise. Okay. Now, wait, sorry. Have you brought Anna to Zarina before at all? Because she was in for Saros, but I don't think they actually met.
I don't remember, so I'm going to say no.
I don't think they have. Yeah, I don't think they have. So Zarina says, okay, I can't exactly leave the plane at the moment. If, perchance, one of you could bring it to me, it's probably better if it comes from someone she knows, rather than myself, a stranger. I don't know how trustworthy I am to her.
Okay. When we leave this place, I assume after everyone's rested and we know what we're doing with the children, we can go to Whitecliff.
Wonderful. All right then. I look forward to you returning and to figuring this thing out. It's.
So do I.
I have a feeling there is still a bit to learn before we're at the bottom of all of this. But until then, she lifts her drink. Cheers.
How much alcohol is in this? I need to be in the right state of mind when I talk
So
to Laurent.
much. So much. Very strong.
Brian has a small sip to taste it.
Wonderful.
I would want to down this, but I don't think Laurent likes it when I'm drunk, and I want to be able to speak.
You're a good influence on him, you know, kid.
Me?
She reaches over
Laurent.
and pinches your cheek. Yeah. He was insufferable before.
It's hard to remember.
You really are. Well, go off. Therapy and all that.
Oh yes, do you have any swimming trunks I can borrow? Because Def is going to be in there and I don't want to just wear towels.
Understood. I'm sure there's something up in Laurent's room you could wear.
Okay, I'm going to go find something and then join them. This is delicious. He holds up the mimosa, but do you want me to give it to Cass? Because she might appreciate it more.
Yeah, you can do that. Okay. Also, start bringing things here, because you can't just be acting like a guest in this house. This is your home.
Brian's like eyes get a bit watery. He's like, okay, thank you. I'm gonna leave because this is getting emotional and I'm not good with this.
I made you cry. Wow. Wonderful. Okay. No. Get it together. Now let's go.
Get it together, Brian.
All right. You exit the room and leave Zarina behind. Making your way upstairs to Laurent's, you do find plenty of clothing from when he was significantly younger, so it fits you. But you find something to fit you nonetheless, and you can make your way to the spa. Everyone else.
I dropped the mimosa with Cass.
Yep. Oh yeah, on the way you would bump into Bluey and Slya just leaving from Gerald's room. The rest of you see Allstair holding a pair of trunks.
Cass immediately downs the mimosa when
It's
Brian gives it to
delicious.
her.
It's
She's like,
delicious and
"Oh."
very alcoholic.
Oh, Zarina, you always know how to make the best cocktails.
A couple more of these and you're off in Drunk Town.
Okay.
Brian's edging towards the mansion. He's ready to go.
Okay, off
Alice.
you go.
Was Zarina in her office?
Yes, if you want to talk to her, do it quickly before she has another mimosa.
Thank you. That's where Slee going.
Okay,
so
Cass
you
also wants to speak to Zarina, but she also doesn't want to like get in on like.
You can take your turn.
She's like,
Yes.
Slia,
Okay.
like, what are you wanting to? You don't have to tell me, but I want to speak with Zarina about the kids. Is that what you're doing? If not, then I'll do a different chat afterwards.
Oh, I don't. It doesn't have to be private.
Are you sure? I don't want to intrude. I just.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Cass is gonna follow. See you then.
Okay.
Be like, I'll be back in a minute, Keon, and goes.
Okay, Kyon just like reaches out for you, and then sees Bluey, and then it's like,
Yeah.
wee, and starts walking towards you, Bluey. Okay. Like
Ah!
starts like climbing up your leg, and you can like pick him up.
God.
Bluey. He's like his little tusks are just like poking up his top lip a little bit, and he's like there. Yeah, it's cute. All right, so Slya and Cass, the two of you make your way to Zarina's office. You open the door, and you see yourself in a cluttered room, which I can only describe as looking like the Room of Requirement from Harry Potter. At the end of which is a desk, behind which, reclining back, her feet propped up on a table, a pile of fallen books at her feet, just beneath them, with two cocktails in front of her. You see Zarina, and she looks over and she says, Slya, Cass, I've been expecting you. Hello.
Hey, Serena, that cocktail was absolutely amazing.
Would you like another?
Thank you. Oh, you know I would.
Of course. Careful though. Don't want to get drunk in a hot tub. Well, we don't want to get drunk and then go into a hot tub. Unless you do. And just tell me how that goes. Slya, come in. Sit. To what do I owe this visit?
Did you want to go first?
I was just kind of tagging on. You feel free to go first, Lara.
Okay. Well, as you know, it's not quite been 6 months yet. And
I'm glad you brought it up first, because I was intending not to say anything.
Okay.
Strictly, that's Leander's problem, not mine. But here I am. Here he isn't. Do you want to tell me a little bit more about that?
Well, they weren't going to let me go. So Gerald snuck in as my handler and got me out. And we put a double in my place. I don't. Seeing as I'm not supposed to be on the surface or anywhere else right now, I don't want her to get discovered.
Slya.
And I don't want to make complications between the court and the drow. And I know that if I had had to ask for help getting out, I would have.
Slya, a couple of things. The first is going to sound a little bad, but do with this information what you will. I'm sure it is not avoided your attention that if the intention was never to let you leave, then your double is stuck there as you forever, or until she herself escapes. You understand what that means, yes? The implication there is that you can never be yourself again. You can never freely walk where the drow might follow you. Another thing is actually a clarification. And I think this might lift your spirits a little. The drow, as we have been referring to them, strictly speaking, we should be calling them the followers of Lolth. We have had some correspondence with drow states from other clusters who have made it very clear that they do not share the exact beliefs of the drow we have been dealing with. We have amended our approach thusly. So when you refer to the drow, from now on we are referring to the Church of Lolth.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. We also made the mistake. And beyond that, Slya, the drow who would have kept you in Batar, they have their own beliefs. And it is not our place to try and change them.
I know.
But there are other drow who wish to extend a kinder hand to us. If you need an ally in the Underdark, I think one could still be found. It does not change the situation of your double, but help is there if you're looking for it. What do you want from me, Slya? Why did you bring me specifically this information? It's not a trick question. I want to know how I can help you, if I can.
I don't know. I just didn't want to make things harder than they already are here.
She reaches out a hand and pulls yours into hers, and she just gives it a squeeze and she says, each one of you, and she looks to Cass, to you as well, each one of you have done that man an incredible service. And whether it was your intention or not, by proxy, have potentially changed the tide of this trial. If it were me, I could not list the sacrifices I would make, the things I would do to reach this same outcome. Everything you've done because it was necessary. And I respect that. Whether my husband has the same opinion, I don't know. But we're not going to talk to him about this right now, because he's got enough on his plate, and that's just a bit difficult. And, it's all about timing. I'm sure you're aware. Part of the reason why I took a step away from your difficult conversation with your friend.
Yes.
You don't have to take on any more responsibility than you already have. You've done a lot. You need to decide what you do next. The path is up to you. You just have to walk down it. Trust where your feet guide you. Now, enough of you. You! Hello. And she looks at you, Cass.
Cass, she's not going to say anything, but she is like, as in, she's going to say something, but in her head, she's like, wow, yes, I really should not have. Basically, she was like, yes, Sly said I could come in, it was fine, but she was like, sat there like, I don't feel like I should be part of this conversation at all.
You look incredibly uncomfortable. Are you trying to ask for a pay rise? Because the answer, shockingly, is no.
No, no. The pay is absolutely fine, Zarina, as you know, and also the added bonuses of the cocktails more than suffice. If anything, they're the best part of it.
I'll stop.
No, it was more. Maybe I was too hasty. And she's just like, but she's just like, yeah, no, I was kind of coming more for asking about how to get or when we could get on to looking for the children's families, if they still have some, and get that going sooner. So certain people don't get too attached if they can't.
You have some accomplished magic users amongst your group, so
yes,
I'm sure between you can come up with something. If you can't, my recommendation is perhaps going back to a Schissel, speaking with Corvius. He is a accomplished magician who is completely under our thumb from years of, I'm not going to say trauma, but he did teach Loran and Sarasa, and you've met both of them. So he is our ally. I trust him with my life, and I would trust him with the lives of any of my children. So take that as you will.
Amazing. That's great, Serena. I think there's something else Cass wanted to say. If there was, I forgot it in the much deeper.
You can retcon it in
Slyer chat, so I'm sure there might have been something, but it's vanished.
Yeah, you can retcon that in. That's fine. If you remember it, just message me later. I'll make sure we leave a little bit of time.
Cool.
Right. So, if that is everything,
yes.
Would you like another cocktail?
Always.
Okay. She produces one with a flourish, passes it to you. Slyer, have you touched yours at all?
She's probably sipping at it now.
Okay, it's very alcoholic. It's quite delicious, but Cass, do you drink it?
Yes. Cass
Con
does.
save, please. You were warned.
27.
27. Yeah, you're good. You're well good. A little bit tipsy, but you feel like you could safely get into a hot tub.
Cool.
Yep. All right, so as you finish up your cocktails and slowly leave Zarina's office, you find that everyone else except for Sarasa has gone down to the spa, it appears. Do you wish to join them?
Spa.
Louis, what are you doing? You in the spa? You got Keon.
Yeah.
You also
look,
have
if-
courage and chew on your mind, just because of that roll earlier. So you remember. not a lot you can do with that information, but
I think I'd wait until next sight of Cass.
Gotcha.
And also,
Well,
who would be able to look after all the children? Like if all of us went into the mansion, I don't know.
Sarah's
I think
sitting
Cass
with
would
them.
stay with Sarah's.
Okay.
I think
So
Cass
Cass-
would stay with Sarah's with the kids if you wanted to join Bluey.
You see Cass
Okay.
and Slya both emerging, so you can choose whichever one you want to go to. Spa,
I
daycare,
think
spa, daycare.
daycare.
Daycare. Okay. So Cass, Saz, and Bluey, what activities do you run for these children? How do you keep them occupied? Because while Valis is their de facto leader, he is also looking a little bit droopy-eyed and sleepy, and the kids around him are getting slightly more hyper. Because it appears that Valis did not sleep the night before. Or as well as he maybe wanted to.
I mean, if they're all
I think
sleepy,
Cass
then
would
it'd be
like
hand puppets.
create like a
shadow
bed of
puppets.
flowers for Valis. She's not gonna like do it under him. She's just gonna make it and just like be like, it's there if you want it. And then it's just gonna I think probably play some games with the kids because I
Cute.
think that's
Roll-
probably
yeah.
the best way to do it.
Roll me a dexterity check just to see how nice this bed is, this flower
Bed
bed.
is okay. Dex is not my highest, but let's have a look. I
Indeed.
think it's a plus. I think it's only a +1. Yeah, it's not my charisma. Let's just leave it at that. Oh, that was an 11.
Ooh, okay. So
A shoddy
looks
looking flower bed. Brian would
shoddy,
be
yeah.
ashamed.
If you can feel the scrutinizing gaze of Brian pierce through the planes. No, it's rudimentary. It's pretty, at least, and some of the other kids enjoy it. Like they start sort of rolling around in it. Some of the smaller ones like begin plucking flowers. Valis does not take the bait, but he does sort of like kind of curl in on himself a bit, and then lean against Ulo, one of the older boys, and just kind of close his eyes. And Ulo like makes his like a little crook in his shoulder, wraps his arms around him, and like kind of rocks him a little bit.
Cool.
Mhm.
That's adorable. Okay, I think the games that Cass is gonna
Yeah,
give them is because I think they're all quite hyperactive, and I think she wants to entertain them. So she's going to be like, "Who wants to ride a giant serpent?"
Sarah's like,
Barry's
Yeah.
cool. You know Barry's cool, Sarah's he's one of your family heirlooms.
make a persuasion check.
And Barry is cool. I would not offer this otherwise because he
Yeah,
is
no.
under his control.
The children being able to hold on.
26. Well, she wouldn't let the really, really young ones go on. She'd let the older
One
ones
at
go
a
on.
time. One at a time.
One at a time. Yes. Barry, come out. And then
There's a giant snake. The kids immediately go, oh. Valis, who was just curling up, immediately like draws his dagger.
be like,
no.
so Barry is a friend. Does anyone want to ride Barry? And she's like mentally controlling Barry to be like, you're going to be good. And he's like, fine.
I think that the older drow girl and the brother sort of just rush forward and like immediately like kind of cling on, and Sarza just artfully plucks off one of them and holds the hands of the others as Barry begins to make. Are you just taking him on like a circle of the room, like?
Yeah, and he's like, I reckon, like, depending on how well they're holding on to Barry, like if they're doing quite a good job, then he might like move around a little bit more, make it a bit more fun. If they're like just barely holding on, he's going to go real slow and just like creep. But yeah, as like a little game.
Gotcha. Okay. It's like a banana boat essentially, right?
Yeah, basically that was my thoughts. It's a banana boat. Or it was kind of like in my mind, if someone, I don't know if anyone else did this, but like they would like get on all fours and they pretend to be a horse. It's kind of like that, but
Yeah.
instead of, because Cass is tiny, so it's the snake.
Bluey.
I suppose Bluey could have done it. Bluey could have done it.
Bluey, what are you doing? You're just sitting
I was
there.
also thinking with Bluey, we could do like a lightning show as well, but it depends. You
Sarah's are
could
like
be the horse.
Sarah's are like loses brain cells from the corner. But go on, do whatever you wish.
I'm very happy to offer like, pretend horse sessions.
It's like a weird mixtape, the pretend horse sessions. Great. So, Bluey, make a performance check.
Wonder what Courage is up to right now.
Performance check.
Oh, okay.
Bluey sparks.
I just hear his voice.
Bluey Sparks, you must be the horse, Bluey Sparks. You must become the horse.
I think this is a 10. Yep.
Okay, you're really embodying the mule more than the horse, in that it's a little bit difficult to walk considering there's so many children just like piling onto your back. Make a strength check.
Trying to do a horse noise, it's just pathetic. General strength?
Yeah.
24.
Okay. Funnily enough, you are able to carry a lot of children. You know, like Gingy in Shrek 2, when he's just about to go down and he's just being weighed down by like all the people. That's kind of you. You're like on all fours, like pretending to be this horse, just weighed down by like children attached to every limb. But they look to be enjoying it. Sarazar is losing his mind only a little bit. So there you go. That is that. And Cass, if you want to do a light show of any kind, I think considering your magical skill level, you can pull it
Okay.
off.
Okay.
Roll me performance check though, just for funsies.
Funsies.
Cut to.
Performance, I think, is one of my better. It's not my highest, but it's all right. Okay.
It's better.
It wasn't that high, but 14.
14. It's all right. It's all right. You know what? The younger kids are enamored with it. The older kids are more interested in the serpent, and crushing Bluey apparently. But it's a time.
Perfect.
All right. So into the spa. Thomas isn't here. Shall we take a quick break to go to the loo, get some snacks, get a drink, and then come back in like 5 minutes? And we can continue?
I just
Slya?
did a small thing.
Yeah.
She's probably gonna pop in, like her head in to see the kids, and then it's like, okay, cool, everything looks good there, and then she's gonna go back up to Gerald's room and just kind of like sit and knit.
Sit and knit. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're up in Gerald's room. The rest of you are with the kids. And we'll take a quick break. When Thomas kind of has to do it, but we can just turn off our cameras and he'll get the message, I'm sure. So, okay, we'll be back in like 5-6 minutes or so. Okay. Cool.
Hello. We are back.
Hello.
Okay, so let's go into the mansion where I believe it is Neff with Loran and Ulster swiftly joins them. Neff, having a little bit of a head start on the others with your spa day. You are locked firmly under Loran's arm.
Loran.
Loran. Throw up. No. That ain't it.
It's Ron. It's not Loran. It's Loran. Loran.
Lily, when we publish our book, they're gonna call
Did
the
you like
Loran.
Do you know how my dad pronounced? Oh my god, we had a call with my dad, and he was trying to pronounce the places in our book.
And it again
so funny.
Apria, Calcani, and Aretia, or something like that.
Okay, to be fair, he's helping, he's doing a lot of work out of the kindness of his heart, and he was like, it doesn't matter how I pronounce them, like, it doesn't really matter at all, and I'm like, but it matters to me, because if you say it wrong, it hurts me, like, physically.
What's almost better than that is that my dad, because obviously the ship name for Brian and Loran is Branflakes, makes tons of sense. My dad couldn't get his head around the fact that we were sort of temporarily titling our novel series the Branflakes novels, and then instead convinced himself they were called the Bram Stoke novels, and now he is of the firm belief that we are doing a gay Dracula retelling.
Which is an idea.
It's an idea. We have put the feelers out there for a demon AU, so that could be that.
Based on an Incubus manga that I read, which was very good stuff. Don't. I read it at 1 a.m. It's one of those manga that you start it and you're like, oh, this is really like interesting and the art's really nice. And by the time you get to the point where it's so messed up, you really shouldn't be reading it. You just can't stop because you're invested. You're like,
but Lily, I want to read
it. It reminded me. Do you know that comic Mad? That really infamous BL comic. It's full of like gore and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really infamous because it's beautiful art, but it's so gory and like sexualized gore. This became that. It started off fine, and then halfway through, it was gore, and I was like,
ask me more about it on stream. on the ground, I might incriminate myself or some shit. I want to see the art, but I don't know. That's
why I sent you the art that was like nice. At that point, I was just like, no, I don't know why I'm reading this. This isn't really my cup of tea.
And that's the tea. So, Loran takes you down to the hot spa. The spa. The last time you were in here, you were with Daniel. All those memories come rushing back to you. It was quite the time. But now it's just you and Loran. And Loran says, wow, Neff, come look at this. Something in the water.
Can I? Okay, can I? What's my?
Shouldn't have left them alone.
My passive insight is 18. Can I like channel into that?
Right, I really don't think there's anything in the water other than
I think there is.
There's a magical heating device, maybe, to keep the water warm. Why? Loretta, are you okay? Is everything alright? You seem strangely energetic today. Don't get me wrong, I like the look. She sort of.
What are you trying to say?
I think I said what I was trying to say. I wasn't any hitting me behind it, I'm sorry.
Okay, get in the tub.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Just gonna get in the tub.
Loran
slowly
also gets in as far away from you as possible.
Oh, okay.
Oh, when will my love return from my mother's study? And a few moments later, Ulster walks in. Ulster, you walk in and you see, sitting in complete silence, as far away as possible from each other.
Oh no!
Neff and Moran, who I don't think have ever been alone together. Now that I know,
probably for good reason.
For good reason, yeah.
Oh no, they were alone together once when Neff kindly persuaded Loran to let Brian out of the locker at that time he kidnapped him.
Oh yeah,
Sometimes.
that's a throwback.
Hello.
Hi, Brian.
How are things in here? No violence yet?
Yet.
Oh, yeah. Two kinds of people. I think Brian's gonna go sit like behind Loran so he can kind of just like lean on top of his head. He's just like looking at Neff like. So Neff, there are other parts of this spa. Would you mind just going to those for a
No,
little
it's
bit?
alright. I don't want to be a nuisance. She'll start to leave. She'll get a towel from
Neff,
the
that's
towel
not
rack.
what I meant.
She's gonna.
It's just that.
She's gonna go.
Neff, wait, before you. Yes, Darren.
Sauna. Did you just say yes, Daniel?
No.
Oh, I swore I heard it. No, I misheard. No. Neff, you know there are other parts of the spa. There's a sauna, there's a pool. You're just in the hot tub area.
I'll
So
go to
if
the
you want
sauna.
to go do other things.
Wait, before Neff leaves, Neff, I'm not saying you're a nuisance. Please come back after. It's just that this is a conversation that maybe would be better without anyone else here.
Conversation.
I understand. I'll be in the sauna if you need me. And she'll walk off.
I like the hair.
Thanks.
Would you like it a different colour?
I've
You don't
always.
get a choice, and it gets turned. Roll me a d12.
Oh my god. It's an 8.
8. Give me 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You have to show on stream what color it is.
It is now mint green. Slightly different. Ever so slightly different.
Did you change my hair color or am I imagining that again? Feels very.
It's all in your head.
Okay. Well, I guess it's
What
on my
is it
head.
about gaslighting Neff?
Yeah, I know. I did it. Now leave.
She nods. She heads to the spa.
God.
To the sauna. Sorry.
Thomas,
With her
I'm so sorry.
with her mint green hair.
Yeah.
I'm fine. My hair is the same color. I'm okay.
I am upset on Neff's behalf.
Lauren just looks up at you. I think it suited her.
Yes. Can we talk now?
In the hot tub?
Mhm.
I'm fine with that.
Brian just gets into the water. So I've noticed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was going to talk to you anyway, considering what happened in the Underdark, and I promised that we would. I've noticed that you're not quite yourself. Is there anything you need to tell me right now?
Just trying to be, normal. I don't want to like make a big deal out of things.
You know how you said to me that I should come to you and be honest when things are bothering me? I don't think you're being honest with me right now. Reverse Uno.
I knew I made that shit for a reason. Damn. So Loran kind of just is quiet for a moment. And then he says, ugh. I'm not Sarza, I'm not going to be a hypocrite. So, you know what I mean. We spoke briefly after the kids were brought here and we went off to make food, but yeah, I just can't shake the feeling that, like, if anything had happened any differently, if things hadn't gone to plan at any point along our journey together, then your life could be very different. And mine too. But I don't want to think about those things. The thought that there's a universe in which we aren't together sucks, really. And it almost felt, I suppose, when I was in his skin, or however you want to put it, that I was living in that world. And it was a minute, less like 10 minutes, however long it took. I don't really remember. It was all a blur. But it just felt so wrong. I knew not just anyone could do that, and pull it off as well. I mean, look, it's me. But I mean, it wasn't easy. And it was far harder in ways I hadn't anticipated.
Brian's like waiting for Loran to finish talking. He doesn't want to cut him off at all.
Yeah, he's silent after that.
I think Brian kind of like shifts onto his knees and he just leans in and hugs Loran.
Loran, a moment later, puts his hands up as well. Pulls you as close as he can. Puts his head up, his chin on your head.
Brian pulls back to look at him. I'm really sorry that you had to be the one to do that. It's difficult, I guess, for me to talk about it as well because it's cruel. But I want to talk about it because if you're feeling that way, if you're not happy, then I can't be happy. Those universes, wherever they are, they're not this one, and they're not us. And that would never happen. Because I did meet you, and you saved me from whatever could have happened then. And I would never betray you like that.
He just sort of flops his head against yours and just says, I'm your hero, what can I say? But beyond that, we'll stare. I think what upset me the most, more than realizing I had to do that to myself, was the fact that you also had to play into it. I wasn't upset because I believed that the you in this universe right now would go back to Loran. No, not go back to Cruel. That's not what I thought at all. No, I thought that if you played into that, then maybe it might hurt you, bring back bad memories, and that would be my fault because, well, we created that scenario.
It's not your fault at all. It was my suggestion, and I was prepared for it because we were doing it for those kids. With Karul, there are things that even I can't process or articulate because of everything that he's done, not just to me, but to other people, even more so to Gerald. But you don't need to worry about worsening it because the damage is already done. And I'm coming out of it, thanks to you and everyone here. And like I said before, getting to use his face to rescue his child that felt good.
Well, if you phrase it like that, it's almost like a win, I guess. He just rubs his palm against your cheek and is like, looks at you. damn, we're going to be the best parents when the time comes. You know that, right?
Really not sure when the time is, because now Cass has made me acutely aware that she might have a child before us, and it's very disturbing.
We could stall and just... We could find 9 months somewhere.
Somewhere. I really want to, but I feel this isn't over. Maybe far from it. Maybe close. We don't know.
Well, you got to be a king first. You can't imagine that's far away.
Yeah. Oh, going back to the Maasai, I'm quite looking forward to having dinner with my parents, and because you are technically a prince now. You can use that title.
I will use it and I will abuse it.
Do that in my stead. I wanted to ask one more thing that you probably didn't intend, but I wanted to make sure that we were on the same page. Assuming that Karul doesn't escape, I'm kind of half-half right now because I never know what to expect with him. You said that you and I could take him. You don't intend to go after him as he is now, do you?
I thought about it. I'd be lying if I said I didn't. When I realised all the things he could have done to you, it made me want to take it out on him in the most painful way I could. But now that we've done all of this running around in the Underdark and we've had our, necessary daily dose of emotional trauma, I don't want to undo that. And as much as I want to hit him right between the eyes with a fireball, I think maybe that would be counterproductive. Tell me otherwise and I'm going, and I'll do it. You know I will.
Well, I know you will. You did. You got thrown in jail.
Yeah, I mean, but again, I could have got it.
I feel like killing Karul, especially right now, would just send his soul into another body, hence the trouble with the execution. However, if he does escape and we do have to fight him, fireball sounds really good.
Mm-hmm. I'm working on a new spell.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine a ton of fireballs.
Oh.
Use your brain. You can do it.
Mm-hmm.
Master the vision.
That's patronizing, Lauren.
Nah, I know. Pinches your cheek. So, okay. Let's not talk about Karul anymore. Let's talk about a fun thing instead. If we did have children, what would you want to name
them? Honestly, I never thought about it because I never thought I would have children. So I never had that dream list that I assume other young people do.
I've just changed your life then. I can see that now. Right. We will have a think. I have some ideas. We can discuss them at length.
Oh gosh. Yes, how long are we planning on staying here? Do you have any... I feel like Sabrina wants us to leave. That's the thing.
Yeah, but she wants a lot of things that I don't give to her, so...
Well, I mean, if we're staying tonight, we need to make sure we get to your room before Ulo, because they will reclaim your bed.
Yes. That's important. Let's go now. Now. Okay, and he starts getting up.
Okay. What about Neff?
Neff? She can fend
Neff can enjoy the spa.
poor Neff just like in the sauna, like.
Neff, after a little while, you hear their voices kind of like fade away, and you're like, oh, it's probably enough time for them to have their DMC. Let's go and chill with our friends. Oh. But when you go out, there's just nobody there.
They've relocated.
Is there anything you want to do?
No, I just want to chill in the sauna.
Roll a d20 to see how well you chill. If it's
How well do
high,
I
you
chill? We're
really
gonna do a
well.
chill check. How steamed do I get? It's a raw 13.
You're mildly steamed. Mildly. Your hair is also no longer green by this point.
Oh, has it gone back to normal?
Much like Loran, the colour has left you.
Okay. Alright, I will head back in that case.
Cool. Great, so you leave. You do actually feel refreshed in spite of the fact that your friends all abandoned you.
Could I have taken a short rest? Not that actually, I don't think it actually
Yeah.
matters, does it?
Yeah, you can. As you make your way upstairs and you exit the mansion, this is what you see. You see Cass, like, mind-bending a snake around the room as children cling to its back. Sarazar is, like, cowering in the corner, trying to stop babies getting in the way of this thing, whilst Bluey is just hulking around on all fours with just a turtle shell of children piled on her back. Everyone is screaming. Valis is holding a knife in his hand, looking around bewildered. And the kid he's like cuddled into is actually asleep in spite of everything. And it's just chaos.
Oh my
That
god.
was
Sounds like a
me
perfect
so
addition to
happy.
chaos.
Oh, you still
On brand.
can. Neff, get out before it's too late.
Can I go? I'll go help Sarazar out so he's slightly less.
Do you want to play?
If that's what you call
Wanna
it,
play,
sure.
Neff?
Want to play, Jeff? Yeah, no, too.
It's like so whimsical and so stressed. Wanna play? Wanna play?
No, Cass
the
doesn't look
concept.
stressed. Cass is like the kids are having a good time. So Cass is like, this is great.
Sarazar looks a little bit stressed, I think.
Sarazar looks very stressed. I love the concept that Loran and Ursula just walked right by the chaos like, nope.
No. On a mission.
I'll help with the moving of the children out of the way of the snake in question.
Isn't it like 14 children?
15, because there were 16 in
15.
total. Yep.
Just shuffling them over. Up, stay over there, stay over there.
Okay.
Move you two.
Saras is like just like clinging, like reeling them in, like they have to get to bed.
Okay.
What time is it?
What time is it? Like, yeah, is it
It's-
bedtime now?
Child's bedtime, yeah.
Okay.
Baby's bedtime.
Right.
My bedtime.
Okay, kids. Everyone
Like
off of
8:30.
Barry. And we're gonna
they all are not
And we're
having a
gonna-
time.
we're gonna have a story, and then it's off to bed. Okay, everybody. Story, then bed.
In all of their cacophonous different languages, they're like saying things. Those of you who speak Undercommon are like, yeah, story, and then there's like the occasional who don't know or just like in their own languages. Blash, but
I felt like I might have. I feel like as Cass has been with them for a while playing these games, I think she'd have done the ritual
Sure.
for the languages,
Okay,
so she can like,
cool.
speak.
She can speak to all of them. Understood.
Because
Okay.
otherwise, that would just be So she's like, everyone off of Barry and off of Bluey.
Aww.
Come
Louis,
on.
they do not
Come on,
seem to
Come
want to
down
hear
like
of
a
you.
camel, like, you know.
Yep. You just kind of roll, and the children all just sort of like fall off, like pulling corn off a cob. Just like slowly one by one. Okay.
Okay, Barry come back. So now Barry's back as a staff because I feel like he'd be too distracting if he was still a snake.
Understood.
Okay. All right.
They are
okay,
listening
so
to you. Their eyes wide. They're like,
Right. I guess I am doing the actual story then.
Neff is also
okay.
listening to
So
you.
I think Neff's like,
She's sitting there like among
Maybe
the kids.
put them in
you know,
bed
like,
first.
yes. We'll get you all into bed, and then we'll do the story.
make a persuasion check. It's not going to be hard, but it's for the fun of it.
Come on. It would be amazing if I could get a natural 20. I'd really enjoy that. Ugh, it wasn't a natural 20, but it is me, so that's
Very
still
good.
really good.
It's very good. Yeah.
That's 23.
Cool. So yeah, George, you get them upstairs. They all begin
Yeah.
to sort of slide into the like beds that have been pushed all together in the spare room. Just enough space for all of them. You see one of them is like slowly like breaking away and plodding towards what you know to be Loran's room. You did just see also Loran go upstairs.
With quite an intense look on him, like, Ulo. It's Ulo, isn't it?
Can Loran cast like a sanctum around the room to stop people from coming in?
He can definitely cast it at least around the bed. So there you go.
Oh no. Kath literally like picks Ulo up and is like, no. We're
not in there.
just, everyone's staying in this room. Was there a sock on the door as we passed Rand's room?
Just swinging trunks on.
Oh man.
She's infecting.
The question is, are they Loran's or all stairs? That's a very big difference.
We'll leave that up to your imagination.
I just love
As
the
it
idea
should
that
be.
Sarah's like passed them and was like, quick kids, quick.
No, Loran's are just somewhere down the corridor. Brian's are on the doorknob.
Yeah.
Sarah says,
Wait, Lily, do you remember
Sorry.
that?
So many kids running around.
The implications of
Lily, do
that.
you remember that meme you sent me where it was like Rolby in the ice palace at 3 a.m. Like, he wakes up, they are having sex.
that's Sarah's room right now.
We're enjoying this too much. Oh god.
Remember season 1, George, where we couldn't do anything? And now it's just
Oh
like,
my god, season 1. That was
where it
yeah.
took
This
Brian
has much
like
more like
14
actual
sessions
content.
to kiss Loran on the cheek.
Yeah, look at you, just like trunks on the door, baby.
I mean, to be fair, we're like 71 episodes in, 72 episodes in now.
If you can't put trunks on the door in episode 72, you're doing it wrong.
That's a quote.
Where
72 is the new
was
69.
episode 69 gone again?
Episode 69 is so last month.
Sarah's just stops everyone going down the corridor, including Neff.
Yeah,
Neff
he's
away.
like menacing aura to the max. You all managed to tuck the children into bed, and you can now read your story, George.
Okay, let me just
They are
come
looking
up with one on
wide-eyed.
Okay, I will come up with one on the spot. It's definitely not my best work, but we'll have to make do. Okay. Once upon a time, there was a little boy and all of his friends, of which there were. Oh wait, is it 16 including Valis?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And all of his friends, of which there were 15. They were all going on a massive journey down a river where there was lots of interesting things in the water and all around them. But it was okay because the little boy could protect them all with his special knife. And then they got to a little village that was abandoned, and they had lots of games and things like that. And the little boy was doing very well and keeping them all very, very safe. And then there was a bumbling band of idiots that arrived to help the little boy and all of his friends leave this place of a river. And it was quite dark, and they wanted to go where there were stars and a sun, but not for everyone, looking to the drow children. And so the bumbling band of idiots helped the little boy, and they all teleported in magical places to the Feywild, where there was lots of fairies and flowers, and where trunks on the door means something very bad. And they and the little boy with the knife helped save all of his friends. and they all lived happily ever after with lightning shows and snakes and a blue dragon that is a horse and can make a little lightning show out of her mouth.
George, you walked into this one. One of the older children who hasn't fallen asleep yet.
Here
The
we
young
go.
ones have cocks his head and says, "What do trunks mean?"
Are what you wear when you go swimming. We will take you all to a lovely pool and get you all a pair of trunks, and you'll see, and it will be amazing, good fun. But that is an adventure for another day, because you all have to sleep now. Yes?
Okay.
We all agree with the story and then sleep. But we'll all go swimming soon.
You hear a thud behind you as Neff falls into a deep sleep on the ground.
The same child says, "One of the ladies we were traveling with went swimming in a really pretty river, and then
Well,
apparently
the
she was
river.
eaten alive."
Yes, well, that river wasn't a good river. We will go swim in a fun river where
Okay.
everyone will have a great time.
Okay.
And she's going to be like, good night. And she's going to like persuade this child to go to sleep.
She
can sense more questions.
Wait, who is it?
More question.
It's the older girl who doesn't have a name yet. The older elven girl.
Okay. She was like, so Cassie's going to be like, I will answer any and all questions you have tomorrow about rivers and things like that. But for now, you need to sleep. Okay? And I rolled a 30.
Oh!
She goes to sleep, and they're all asleep. But as you kind of leave the room, you you blow out the candles, close the door. Just before it's completely closed, you see a single silvery glowing eye just like peeking up at you before closing shut. Dallas was up until the very end, it seemed.
Oh.
You leave Neff inside, asleep.
Protect the children.
It's probably for the best to have a minder in there.
Yeah,
Sarah's
I think.
wait.
Is Neff a
I
minder
think-
or a mindy? That's the question.
She has
I
healing
think-
spells.
To be minded.
We don't need to answer that question. That's for tomorrow, Lily. Okay, once you've had some rest, I'll answer all of your questions. But I think Cass would put a blanket over Neff because by the sounds of it, Neff just kind of collapsed on the floor. So I think Cass would try and make Neff a little more comfortable than just abandoning her.
This is fine.
Oh, all the kids so lovely, and it just steps over Neff.
I choose not to see this.
She would have put a blanket over her and given her a
Aw.
pillow or something.
I have a
Okay,
custom blankie on hand.
Okay, well, Cass would have put
You
that
do.
over you properly. And she admires the beautiful knit and is like, stunning. And then
True craftsmanship.
just like, in her head, she's just like
Absolutely
clapping
beautiful.
Slyer, like,
Sarah looks between everyone and just says, to go to bed, I have to, and just points up past Loran's room. That's why I'm going this way. It's not for any other. So,
You draw Sarah's
Sarah's
inside
up.
check Sarah's there.
Yeah, can
I
I use
understand.
Cass, you know where your room is, Slyer, and Slyer's not here. Louis, just sleep. You can come sleep in my room if you want to.
Okay.
And in fact-
okay.
Cass, if you want to come as well, you can. But
Love
Just
the
wants company
party.
walking past the trunks.
yep.
Yeah. what is it?
Slowly,
It's like
you all,
we're
like-
you past.
pasted against the wall, like.
I mean, I don't know. You don't know Cass at all. Cass is not doing that. She's like,
No.
and then
You
walk
hear
past.
something. You hear something akin to a shoe being thrown at a door, in your direction.
She's like, you know you love it, Loran, and then keeps walking.
Oh God. Anyway.
Can do a stealth check. Just like try and quiet.
Did Emma crash? Emma, hello.
Oh yeah, Emma's on
crashed.
the nod face.
Probably Emma.
I'm so sorry, guys. But not really.
Well,
When Sarahza was like, just sleep, Blue was ready to go. Okay, just like go on the floor.
Right there.
just
Or died.
nice. My sleeping corpse on the
Regret.
ground would fist bump that. 2 peas in a pot, both sleeping on the ground. In
Neff,
place.
Now
I'm so sorry, Neff, but it was a private conversation. I'm sorry Loran was mean to you.
It's okay. It's all G. He is
If you
dealing
want
with some
Brian
stuff.
to have an intervention.
I'm just hoping
Maybe
that
Brian
Loran
can
is
have
doing
intervention.
okay. And to Brian too.
Brian's always great.
I'm having a nice time, dude. Neffy's gonna get up early. She's gonna play some teach the kids some Scrabble. I'm gonna play some Uno in the morning.
This game is going to turn into like a daycare, fantasy daycare.
I'm okay with this. This is therapeutic.
It already is.
Yeah,
It already is.
true.
We
He's taking care of who?
Or
Sorry.
Everything
Emma.
just
Hello. Hello.
hello.
I'm here.
Hi.
Wait.
Hi.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Shocking that my thanks. It's shocking that my computer lasted this long, to be fair. So that's a good thing. Right, so everybody,
it.
you make your way into Sarah's bedroom.
Can you replug your headphones just really quickly?
And
Sorry.
better.
Oh yeah.
oh, so many spinny dots on my screen.
Oh, it's so clear and nice and nice.
Okay, so there we go. Better. So, you all make your way into Sarah's bedroom. Inside, Cass, I don't think you've actually ever been in here before. I'll just briefly describe it. Inside, there are little to no personal effects except for a few small drawings on the wall. A picture which shows a dark-skinned man with sort of medium-length straight hair, and another one which shows Sarahza alongside 2 other humanoids. There is a small book and a candle on his bedside table, and also his colourful jumper is hanging up pride of place on the wall. Otherwise, it's fairly empty. It has a nice view. Sarahza goes to a small wardrobe at the end of the room and just begins pulling out essentially futons for you guys.
The bed
to
is
sleep on.
unmade because Brian and Lauren slept in Sarah's bed last night.
Oh
Sarah
no!
stops. Shit. Oh my god, I'm gonna roll this out. Shit, yeah, he notices. He likes pulling futons. He's like, so I'm gonna sleep in.
No, I'm sorry.
What's wrong?
This was Loran's idea. I'm going to kill him. Where's my sword? And he starts moving.
Sarahza, not. Maybe don't kill him tonight. You don't want to walk in on that, do you? Think it through, Sarahza.
Or maybe
All the
don't.
cactus
I
in
don't
the
know what you
world
think it-
isn't going to make it better. You can kill him in the morning over breakfast.
The morning after is going to be great, guys.
For Allstair's sake, I will show mercy. Maybe.
You don't have to show mercy. Just wait until the morning. You'll be much better at fighting once you've had a rest and food, and then you can take whatever
Sarahza
revenge
just
you
breaks
desire.
down the door in the morning. This great sword.
Ticks to 6 a.m. on the dot.
Cass, he just looks at you. He just looks up at you and he says, "Yeah, I missed you."
Aw. I missed you
Well-
too.
Remember we all hated Sarahza. Anyway.
I know. Cass
Back
like
in
had
the day.
back in the day, and now like I just love how the fate has turned out. Sarah's and Loran are kind of like her brothers, because she probably has her own room in the
Yeah.
because like she's been staying there the whole time.
Yeah, she
But
does.
I like the idea that she's just like, yeah, I have my own room, but I would just rather stay with Saraza because he needs support.
Protection from the tracks. Good job.
But now I think it's another reason that she also wants to protect Saraza from the sight that he would see if he tried to kill Loran now.
Oh god.
I don't think Brian would ever recover from that if Sarasa walked in.
Oh my god, no. Do you know what though? Without going into too much of this AU we've created, Sarasa would probably never mention it in Allstairs' presence ever. Loran would be dead. But anyway, so as you all go to sleep, before you completely lose consciousness, Sarasa says, should we make sure that we, I don't know, swap out looking out for the children?
Yes, we should, because they're probably
Like tonight?
going to.
Yes, they probably. Well, they probably need a minder
can
of
watch
some kind
first.
whilst we.
I'm concerned about
Okay.
Sarza.
If you don't mind.
So I'm gonna.
All right. Thank you, Bluey. That's very kind of you. All right, I'm gonna. Yep, and he just starts falling asleep, and he is sleeping on a futon because he doesn't have any spare sheets. I've decided to use my DM brain. So, and he doesn't know what went on in the bed. So anyway, you have a little sleepover. Bluey, you take first watch watching the kids, and it's fairly uneventful. Slya, as dusk begins to set. No, dusk setting means it's more orange. Dusk rising. As dusk begins to rise, and the night sky and the sky outside begins to darken. You're knitting and knitting. It's fairly calm, other than the occasional stirring from Gerald. But after a moment, he turns around, eyes open, staring up at the ceiling, and then over at you. How long was I asleep?
It would have been a couple of hours, yes.
Yep.
Out of game. Okay.
Like 4 hours, 5 hours.
A little while. Could probably stand with some more.
I want to see my son.
We just settled them down, Gerald.
Shall I bring him?
If he wants to come.
Last I saw, he was. Most of the children were playing and was watching over them.
I wonder where he gets that from. It's not from me. Not from Curl. It's too nice. See if he'll come. If you don't mind.
Of course. And she'll kind of set her knitting aside and.
You exit the room and listening out, quite quiet. Make a perception check.
Okay, that's about right. That's a 10.
A 10. You're a little distracted because while it's quiet and you're not sure exactly where the children are, your attention is immediately caught by a pair of is those swimming trunks on the floor?
No one touched them.
And then you know what you see.
Yeah.
But you also know where the children usually are put to bed.
Yeah, she's gonna do it. She's going to pick up the swim trunks and deposit them outside of Loren's door in a kind of like, you know how like your mom will just fold up your clothes?
Yes.
Just
Mama Slyer.
neatly folded outside the door.
Neatly pop them
Slyer is
into
a
the
gift.
incinerator.
We do not deserve her.
Me, I don't want to do this. So yeah,
We
we're
don't-
doing it.
Lily, if we don't write this in the book, I'm going to
This
boycott.
need, yeah. This one
Anyway.
She's gonna kind of go look into where the room where she assumes the children are.
Slowly peeking in. You know how drow eyes work, almost like cat's eyes, where they just reflect in the light, in the darkness. And peeking in with your vision, your eyes sort of pass over all the children. They all seem to be asleep, except for one, whose silvery eyes are turned on you, wide, but not as mistrusting as you had seen them before. Valis
Is
appears
Bluey
to
in
be
there?
awake. Bluey, you're awake and you hear the door open.
Asleep in the room as well, I think.
Neff, I think. What's your passive perception?
My passive perception is the worst. It's 13.
Okay, yeah, no, you're dead asleep. But Bluey, you do see Slyer just pop her head in, her eyes sort of almost glowing in the darkness.
Slya kind of waves at her and then kind of, directs her attention to Valis and kind of kneels down a little bit.
She's looking at you.
Your father is awake.
The fuck was that? Sorry.
Bluey suddenly is like, jumps and sees you properly, Slyer. The fuck was that? Oh, it's Slyer. Valis looks down at the children. Begins to extract himself from the covers. Very quietly. Almost too quietly. Light-footed, he makes his way across the room, stopping just in front of you. Doesn't say anything.
I'll take you to him if that's okay.
A subtle nod.
Okay. Then Slya kind of quietly waves to Bluey and then closes the door.
Well, he begins to walk out after you, and stops and looks back at you, Bluey, and then looks back at the kids. Make me a charisma check. Just straight charisma.
What's my modifier?
+1, I think. Let me look.
No, it's a 0. But
Oh
I got
no!
15.
15. He looks at you as though he's like scrutinizing you. Slowly reaches for the dagger, pulls it out, walks towards you, and hands it to you, hilt out. They need protecting.
I'll get. Okay, I'll give it back when you come back.
Doesn't turn around, he kind of backs away, but still facing you. Looks over at the
Don't
children.
trip on the.
Oh,
Don't like it.
he's still like a little 10-year-old. Oh no! Oh, he stumbles over Neff's blanket. He's like, oh.
It's just mini
Sidles
Cruel
out.
stumbling around.
Sidles out of the room, following Slyer. Gives you a look, one more glance, a little bit of a glare, but it slams the door shut. Slyer, he is outside with you.
And she's gonna lead him to the other room.
He follows you, and when you go inside, the curtains have been drawn, the low candle blown out, and Gerald is sitting up, but he's almost got his face turned away. And in the darkness like this, almost looks drow like he did before. His skin is still fairly dark. His hair is still long and black and straight, but his eyes don't glow like yours do, or Valis's. He looks back, and Valis comes in, stops beside the bed, a fair distance away, not getting too close. And Jarrell says, "This is who I am now. I know a lot has changed for you. And I know you might not trust me. I don't even think you know me, but I know you. And I love you. And I want to raise you like I haven't been able to this whole time. But I don't think it's going to be easy. And I'm going to need some help doing it. Look at her." And he glances up at you, Slyer. "She knows me like very few others do. The man with the white hair who you tried to stab. Him too. The others, I trust them as well. If you have any memory of me, any idea of love for me, even if you don't, try and trust them." And Valis is very quiet. He rocks on the balls of his feet, looks up at Jarrell, looks up at you, Slyer, and backs to the door. He fumbles with the handle and tries to pull it open, but he stops. The door half open, half closed, 1 foot out, 1 foot in. As the light pours in, casting over his face, Jarrell's non-drow form is in full light. And Valis looks at him. "You changed your face." And Jarrell says, "For you. Anything for you." "Show me another." And Jarrell pulls back, like he so often does. And Sly, you see his drow form again. Eyes glowing as they would. And Valis gives one last look before closing the door and leaving the two of you. That went better than I thought it might. Thank you, Slya. Slya. Can I have a hug? I don't remember when the last time. Or ever. And someone did that and didn't want anything else. Can you do that for me? And he just... I'm assuming you hug him. If you don't, you're a bitch. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, no. So yeah, like when he says, "Can I have a hug?" She's just like nodding and she's kind of like tearing up. And yeah, yeah.
Hands like curled up in the front of your clothing. He just has his head shaking almost against your chest. He just holds you there like that.
She'll just hold on to him for however long he needs. Also, can I make some knitting checks to see if I have maybe made a throw blanket in this time?
Fuck it, you did it, because I want it so bad. You've made a throw blanket. Just this once, I'll let you have it.
Okay, well, she is going to wrap it around him.
Yeah. And he just curls into it. And if you're hugging him until he makes you stop, then you fall asleep like that.
Yep.
And you all have a long rest. So. Now, fun thing is, I did say I was going to stop it at around 3.5 hours, but I really want to have this morning after all of that chaos. So, if you don't mind, a little bit longer?
Okay, I will go to the toilet very quickly and I'll be right back.
Okay, loo break, if we need it. Then.
How did we go from swimming trunks to that?
Yeah. I just flipped a switch. I mean, I've been really looking forward to that moment.
That was very cute.
Relish in it.
I love that Slya did well on knitting because fuck it, you know.
Because she can.
She can.
I mean, she's been knitting for like the past like 5 or 6 hours, just like watching him like sleep, kind of, you know.
Yeah.
Not watching him sleep, but just kind of like being there, you know.
I just imagine like Slya like speed knitting while staring at Terrell, and it's quite a horrifying image.
Okay, let me paint you a better word picture there. How about you just like...
Oh, that's a lot cuter than what I had in mind.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't take very long to knit once you get like in the rhythm of it.
I'm terrible at knitting because I learn how to do it and I can make like one scarf and then I leave it for a couple of weeks and I completely forget how to knit. Just completely.
Also, I'm still here. I'm just retrieving the thing.
Yeah, no, I prefer sewing because it's more like the thing does it. It does the thing for you on the machine, so you don't have to like worry about remembering how.
I used to hand sew some things, but I've had incidents like almost breaking my thumb once.
You know, it is more common than you'd imagine, like breaking your thumb or breaking your fingers while sewing, because it's surprisingly like It does take a lot of like dexterity as well. Like, and a
Well,
lot of
I did
trial
mine
and
with a
error.
hammer. I
Wait,
was
what?
doing eyelets. I was doing eyelets on a dress.
Oh, okay, no, that makes sense.
Oh, okay.
I was making a dress, and I tried to hammer eyelets in to make a corset, like back.
Yeah,
And, yeah.
that's so cool.
I smacked my thumb.
Aylin, I like the rainbow
Did you make that
section.
all? Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I love that rainbow yarn in the middle.
It's
How
like
long did that take?
basically it's just actually a bunch of scraps of like leftover yarn that I had. And I'm eventually going to work on making it into like a big throw.
Whoa.
That's
How long
so
has that
cool.
taken so far?
I've been
Would you guess?
working on it on and off a couple years, so
My god.
depends on when
That's
my hands are cooperating.
I just bought a weighted blanket, which I'm very excited about.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Because I have trouble sleeping, so
Same. I will say
waiting for my
weighted blankets
blackout
help
curtains.
really well.
I have no curtains in this room, so I can't sleep here. I'm waiting for any blinds to come in so I can sleep here.
Lily, what does weighted mean?
Like it's a heavy blanket.
Yeah.
So they have like the table on the side that's like your weight, and then you go in like the demographic, and then it tells you how heavy you should buy the blanket. So it's correlation. It's a really big gap.
Do we have that in the UK?
I've
Yeah,
never
we
heard
do.
of that.
I've never
You
heard.
definitely do. It's a
maybe.
new thing. I actually heard of it from a UK YouTuber that I follow.
Oh, that's cool.
It's definitely a thing there.
I've heard
It's a different brand though.
Like
No, it's a
electric
new
blanket.
thing that's come out. It's like a new like Instagram kind of trend, but it sounds really interesting. The theory behind it. Like if you have anxiety or anything, or like you struggle to sleep. Also, Emma, if you like being hugged, you can get one of these because it replicates the feeling.
So I have I have to hug something while I sleep. So I have a
Same.
big Shiba Inu plushie that I just hug. I mostly do it because this shoulder, like I sleep on this side, and this shoulder gets really achy and weak if I don't have anything supporting my front. So I sleep with like a pillow under my arm to keep it like propped up a bit. But also I like to hug. Anyway, glad we got all this on stream.
We're in Georgia.
100% sympathize.
We're in Georgia. Oh my god.
The huggers.
Yeah,
Whoa.
it's a nightmare.
I feel
It's
like
not a
you could
nightmare,
live here.
Lily.
And
You
it's
love
Emma
it.
coming from one side, Georgia coming from the other side. It's like you can't escape.
Good shit. Right.
Terrifying.
Blue, are you still here?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, cool. So,
Just
everyone, you
eating
wake up
something.
the next morning.
God.
Everyone just roll me constitution checks.
I'm gonna say saving throws for
So you
just
get
a
some
moment.
first.
4.
4 plus
15.
6.
Ooh.
Okay, well, Loran rolled a 7 and Sarah's rolled a natural 20.
18.
Sarah's
Sarah's too disturbed.
Sarah's waked up. Whoever got the highest?
18?
18?
25?
A dirty 20.
Ooh.
How did you guys do
Okay.
so well?
Okay,
Got
well,
a 19.
Early bedtime.
6.
okay, so Sarah wakes up first, and then Slya and Bluey, you swiftly follow him down the stairs. You find him perched at the edge of the of the table, just like his like hands together, like elbows down, just like waiting. There is a long sword on the table, and he's just looking at it like,
Also with
Can I roll?
Slya,
Yep. Slya, what would you like to do?
would she be coming down with Gerald?
Would you wait until he woke up?
Yeah.
Okay. When you wake up, he isn't there.
Okay.
He's not in the room. The door is ever so slightly ajar, just a little bit.
Okay. Is the blanket there?
No.
Okay.
He's just wandering around in a blanket.
Hey,
Like how?
You gotta have your safety safe.
Because you guys all went to bed just around the same time as the children, you're waking up remarkably early. It's like 5:30, 6 a.m. for most of you who are waking up. Neff, you kind of follow a little bit later. Cass, Loran, Ulster. I think you guys wake up around the same time and meet each other in the hallway. But first,
And Cass is just like, hey.
We get to
Loran-
find the trunks on the floor that Slya folded.
Loran picks up
Yeah.
one of the trunks on the floor and just throws it at you, Cass. This is a very Ulster move. Prepare yourself.
Oh,
Boom.
Cass is gonna try and dodge it, so I'm assuming it's a
You go
dex.
for it. Yeah,
Alright.
dexterity save.
Oh,
said
damn
dex.
it! What is with these mediocre rolls? 11.
11. I'm gonna have him roll an attack. 9 plus probably not a lot for Loran, and it's improvised weapon, and he's not proficient in those, so it's a 10. Does that hit you?
No.
No.
Haha.
Okay. You duck, which means you just miss on getting a full face of trunks, but you do sort of like stumble forwards and you kind of have to catch yourself, but you're okay. He misses you. But
Cass is just
downstairs,
like.
Brian's just like, no.
She's like, and also she's like, oh, this is gonna be a very fun morning. I
Loran
can't
reaches
wait.
down for the second pair of trunks.
He's like, oh, you will see, Brian.
Ammunition.
You will see.
So
don't
Neff
like
and
Go for breakfast.
Bluey and Slya, you're the first ones downstairs, followed quickly by Neff. You do see Saraza, as I said before, hands clasped in front of him with a long sword on the table. Had a
Dehane
closer
showdown,
inspection.
Dehane showdown.
It looks like a sparring sword, so you know it's blunt. But you know. Saraza's
I'm
just
gonna roll
giving
my
it a look.
brief foresight,
Go for it.
just so that's there.
You kind of put your hand on the pommel of your sword and just siphon a little bit of energy from it,
Okay,
giving
it's
you
a
a
6.
somewhat of a dexterity. Okay.
If
Okay.
Saraza tries anything, I could be like,
Gotcha.
no.
Understood.
No, Saraza.
I'm chaotic
Okay.
neutral. I'm not in understanding. And make my way downstairs.
Okay.
Oh.
At my side.
Look
soldiers.
at Loki.
Right.
Comedy enemies.
At my
I-
side.
I want to see them put on a show.
Saraza said,
Insight check.
at my side, soldiers. We wait.
What?
What are we waiting for?
Loran, Dehane. Game on, Dehane.
And context, Cass is like ushering them quickly to the
Yep,
kitchen.
very good,
Let's go
very
have
good.
breakfast. Let's go. And
Slya,
she's
make your
like,
insight check. Yeah. I love that. Loran,
Cool.
also, you have a feeling of bizarre, ominous energy sort of radiating from the stairwell. 4 on your
18.
He puts
insight.
himself in front of
Thank
No,
Lauren.
you.
18.
18. 18. Saraza looks focused. Ready. For
Brian
what?
has put himself
Only
in
time will
front of
tell.
Lauren.
Okay, Ulster. As you begin to walk down the stairs, Loran lifts his gaze. Saraza lifts his gaze. Hello,
Wedding?
Ulster Game on Dehane. Loran. And Loran is like, brother? Are we still
and Cass
brothers?
is,
Are you sure? After what you've done? Glances to Ulster. Glances to Cass.
Is he upset?
Cass is there like this.
Oh, this will be interesting. Saraza reaches for the sword, and Loran pulls back magic missile.
No.
Okay, and you just see he is summoning energy behind his hand, and Saraza is already on the table, like swinging the sword around and bringing it behind him.
Can I stand right between them, just in case?
Yeah,
You get
please,
one
just
chance.
like
Everybody roll
Cass
me
is
for
gonna-
the sake of this initiatives, so that we can see who acts fastest. Okay,
Okay,
I'm gonna put my
cool. Great.
17.
battle playlist on.
Oh.
Cass
Also
is
17.
17 too.
Who's
12.
got high dex?
I think maybe Slya.
I think we have
+1.
equal decks. I have +1.
Cool. Okay, you guys can decide, or you can go simultaneously. So,
I would also like to say that I
anyone
will
higher than a 17?
I want to stay out of the initiative to make sure the children do not get within dangerous proximity to this fight.
No,
Children-
that's what Cass is doing. She's staying by the door to make sure
Sure.
no one's gonna get in, and she's just sipping on a mimosa.
Yeah,
Having
I'll
a
help.
great
I'll
time.
help Cass out. Just
Is
in
the
case.
Slya
children
getting
are-
involved?
The
Yeah?
children have
No,
only
she's
just
gonna
stirred.
stop them. She's not gonna let them into the room.
Cool. So first up, we have.
Do you want to just roll again,
17?
Ayla? Both of us?
Yeah. Yeah.
both of you
let's
roll
check
again.
That's better. That's a 19.
Yeah, mine's worse. So Brian's going first.
Cool. Great. Bluey, you do anything?
I
Are
got
you gonna leave it?
9.
9. Cass?
Yeah, I wanted to try and stop Sarah's.
12.
12. Neff?
I am not in the initiative.
No, I want you in the initiative so you can tell me what you do. Just
Oh,
so I
like
know what you do.
like that.
I would
Okay.
like to be excluded from this
It's not-
narrative.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure the kids are okay. But okay. Okay. That is. That's an 18.
Okay, cool. You'll just be just ahead of Slyer then. Neff. Right, so first up, all stare. As if in slow motion, you see the two brothers about to do battle. Loran has pulled his arms back and he has summoned some sort of magical energy around his hand. Saraza is already like swinging a sword over his arm and is just like about to bring them both forwards and slash. What are you gonna do?
I would like to jump between them with hand back on Loran and be like, if either of you hit each other, I will turn you both into snails.
Okay, is that all you want to do?
That's all I want to do.
Roll a persuasion check.
I'm gonna use the.
Is it not more intimidation?
Roll intimidation if you want to. Yeah, let's
I
make
don't know if
intimidation.
he's trying to
That's more fun.
intimidate, but I'm not as good as
There was
intimidate.
a
No,
threat in there.
I- you were-
There's a
you
threat in there,
threat.
so I want it to be intimidation. I think that's fun.
Yeah, that
Alright.
was definitely a threat.
So it's 11 plus. He's not very intimidating. It's a 12.
12. Okay. I'll bear that in mind. 12 intimidation. Gonna just move next
Mildly
on to
threatening aura.
mildly threatening order. It's like a soft door.
He's also put himself between them, so if they swing, if Saraza swings badly, he'll probably hit Brian. Also, he has
Okay.
a bracer, so.
Sure. Cool. Next up then would be Neff. You're gonna just make sure the kids are all right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna help out with Cass's guarding of the entrance to the room.
Okay, you guys can block the stairwell. You do see some of the children are beginning to like peek their way out of the doors and are just like wide-eyed, like mostly eyes on the magic. Some of them looking down at Sarah, so like, okay, Slyer, what are you doing?
I'd like both of the boys to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, Slya's going for it.
Oh,
Loran obviously is the red one, and should we do pink for Saraza?
Yeah, why
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, Loran. Oh no. Saraza rolled a 13, and Loran rolled real bad. 3 on the
Good.
dice, so I just
Not
want to
very
find out the
wise.
number. No,
Cool.
not this. Plus 6, 9. So no.
No.
What happens?
So Slya's cast hold person at 3rd level, so she can get both of them.
And Loran is just like,
And with her free action, she'd like to go, what the ever-loving heck is going on?
okay, they are frozen in animation. Cass, you doing anything?
Laughing.
Between the children?
She's laughing, she's holding the children back and is like, so can you speak with the whole person? Are they choosing not to speak or can they not speak?
Like, it's more like a
Okay.
if anything.
So Slyer, Brian and Loran slept in Saras's bed, and Saras is very, very mad about it and is coming for revenge on his brother. And she's like still holding back the kids, but she's kind of like, Cass is really enjoying this. This is just
The grace
This is
of the
just-
gods.
Sly's
Can you not
popping
just
off.
Can you not just change the sheets?
he didn't
a
have a spare
mattress.
set.
What do you think
Yeah,
he
so
did on
he's
the
mad.
sheets? That's Saraza's bed.
You see Cyrus's frozen face just flush in shame a little bit.
Saraza, do you really think?
this is great.
He can't say anything or do anything. He's
I made
frozen.
you cacti.
Oh no.
Hold them there for just like just a fraction of a second longer and then let it go. Like,
Sarasa like drops the sword.
Have any of you seen like any clips of like Indian dramas?
Bollywood.
And they have like
Yes.
the clips, and it's like the zooms, and then like
zoom.
and it's like slow
I know
motion
exactly
and like
what you're
really
talking about.
dramatic.
Yeah.
And I could so see that in that, like Brian being like, Lorraine being like, it was just it was,
I love
that was
it.
just so running through my
Camera
mind.
spin. All goes.
Yeah, and just like really slow motion. Oh, I need to send you guys. Sorry, I'll send you a clip of this woman falling down from a flight of stairs.
I think I know which one you're talking
If you
about.
haven't seen it, it is the funniest thing ever.
Oh my God, I wanna
But okay, I will send it to you. But back to the drama.
Sarasa just drops his sword arm, and Loran is like, holds the magic missile there a moment longer. Is like, And Sarasa just kind of like shoulders down a little. It's like, I like my personal space.
Do you want an explanation? There was a child asleep in Loran's bed, and we decided not to move the child, so we fell asleep in your bed. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I may have overreacted. So it's just he's always ever since he was younger been like messing with my stuff, and it just brought back memories.
Well, Sarah, so if that ever does happen, I promise we'll change the sheets. Right.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Pulled a sword on his husband.
It's a sparring sword. If it makes any difference.
still a
It doesn't-
sword.
Yeah. He does make things explode in flames, so I had to like hedge my bet somewhere.
Oh, Sarasa. Can't stay mad at Sarasa. Brian goes over and gives him a pat on the shoulder. I'm sorry if it caused you trauma.
And do you want them to throw him back?
No, Sarasa. It was a gift.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
Are you alright? Do you want to hug?
No, just,
Brian hugs him.
thank
Anyway.
you. Okay.
And gestures for more people. Including Loran.
Join in.
Lauren is
will
like,
join the
trying
hug.
to hit me with a sword. Why are we hugging him?
Sometimes your
We
brother
like- we
needs a
like-
hug, okay? People need
we like
hugs,
Sarah.
okay?
Cass pushes Loran with Mei-chan to go hug him.
Okay, fine, I'll do it. As you all just kind of fold
Group
into
hug!
this like tangle of limbs, you're all everyone in the hug. Everyone
yeah.
in the hug.
Group hug!
Yes.
Sarah's a sandwich. As you all just kind of like stand there for an awkwardly long amount of time, and from behind you, you hear the sound of footsteps stopping at the top of the stairs, and looking up, you just see Jaral standing there like, I didn't mean to intrude.
Good
Uh,
morning,
You're not.
Jarrell.
It's
Girl,
an
you
actual
wanna
group
hug
hug.
too?
Yeah.
Do you want to come here?
Do you
We
wanna-
do this.
Do you want to be
It
part of the group
helps.
hug?
Can we just shuffle the group up to Jarrell like a menacing man?
Yeah, I feel like
Just
like a
as-
legion. It's like a
Join
No,
us.
we are one.
No, I'd rather. Not right now.
He says as the pile of
can I
people loom
insight check
towards
whether
him.
that's a serious not right now, or if he's just embarrassed and doesn't want to admit that he wants to hug, or if he actually doesn't want to hug.
Okay, yeah, insight check.
I got cocked. Okay. Where's my insight?
It's not particularly hard to tell. Insight check is more of a formality.
17.
17, yeah. It does look a bit more serious than just
Okay,
playful. Not
then
right.
that's fine. Then
Ah.
Cass will respect it.
I'm more concerned with Sarasa, who tried to give back his terrarium because he must have been very upset.
Yeah.
Dude, if
He gave
my
it-
brother was potentially did something in my sheets,
Yeah, I would have destroyed.
My
Yeah, I would have kicked off. Like,
Just imagining
the
that.
sword, it wouldn't have been training sword. So
From a realistic
off
point of view,
easy.
this is not an overreaction.
Yeah,
They
no.
didn't do anything.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hey,
I would
There
have
were no
assumed.
trucks on the door.
I
I guess
would've
you would
given
assume.
the more charitable reading of sleep as in actually like pushing out Zeds rather than bow chicka wow
Considering-
wow.
I think a
Because
lot
it's
of
the
the
trunk fiasco.
Yes, that's what I was
Yeah.
going to say. With that in mind,
I think,
it's not the
I think,
Okay.
yeah, I think Saraza was.
It was very fresh.
fairly.
But
Yeah.
Sarasa is still of the mind that if anything, it was Loran's idea. So
Oh, wait, no, Brian, he leans real close to Sarah's and he's just like, it was my idea.
He picks up the sword now.
Sarasa says, "I think we should go on a trip one day, just us two, so that you can break away from his influence a little bit.
Sounds like he's gonna
What does
murder
Loran think
him.
of that?
Nature retreat with Sarasa. That sounds fun to me."
Oh.
It actually kind of does. They just plant like flowers in a little garden the whole time.
Yeah. Okay, you guys all make your way down in a hugged formation with Joral just kind of like satelliting like a moon on the outside, like trying to maneuver around you.
One day he will join us.
Yes. And he takes a seat at the table. Following him, the children sort of slowly start to file downstairs. And Bluey, Valis comes right up to you and holds out his hand, expectantly.
Okay, yeah.
What have you got there?
Here it is.
No!
Okay.
Thank you. He puts it in his pocket and he says, You
Oh,
did
I want
well.
to talk to Valis.
Thank you. You've been doing well in general. I think.
Thank you. And he walks up to Ulster.
I'm ready. You're gonna stab me again? He's like,
Oh no! Oh wait, what have I done?
Valis has like the same aura as like that crab with the kitchen knife.
Oh, y'all are just mentioning my top favorite videos today.
Yeah. Valis comes up to you and he says, I apologize for trying to stab you. I wanted to protect my friends, and maybe I shouldn't have done that. Tried to stab you. I mean, not tried to protect my friend. Protecting your friends is the good thing to do, but yeah, you get it.
I understand. Could I have, if you were okay, to have a quick word with me and just me? Could I pull you aside at some point?
He looks over to the children and his eyes sort of stop on Joral a little longer. And Joral just nods. Now then.
Now then. Brian's a little bit amused by like the authoritarian tone that Valis takes with everything.
No idea whether that's accurate to the character, but it is a choice I've
He
made.
becomes a different person when he's older. That's canon.
Yeah. Cool. So he waits expectantly.
Brian just takes him somewhere comfortable, open, not intimidating.
Okay, you can just take him around the corner. There's a sort of sitting area.
Okay.
Another corner. All the
And
corners.
there's so many
Another
fucking
cupboard.
corners in this house.
Another cupboard.
Imagine if it's just all the same corner. Just like.
Yeah, God forbid I ever try and map this house out, right? Okay. This is funnily enough the place where you did surgery on Randall Payne's eye.
Oh my goodness, that brings back memories.
See?
I think Brian takes a seat so he's like the same height as Valis.
Valis
So you can
stands.
kind of look eye to eye.
Yes. What is it?
I wanted to ask you what Karul said to you about me that would cause you to try and stab me.
The last time I saw him was a long-ish time ago now. Some months. I lost track of time down there. I was told to defend myself. Protect my body. And obviously, I wanted to do that, but more importantly, I wanted to protect. And kind of looks back to the kitchen. Anyway, my friends. That's what I wanted. And when I told him that, he said that if I want to protect them, I have to keep the strangers away. If you see a stranger, someone you don't know, well, assume that they're not there to be your friend. They're there to hurt you. In reality, I barely recognized him. So my instinct was instead to hurt you, but I have heard before that someone like you might come for me. I don't know what Carol expected from me. But other than your description, the description of some others who you might be traveling with, who might be traveling to come find me on their own, or might have any other purpose for me. Other than that, you were a stranger, so I acted in kind.
Again, Brian's waiting to make sure he's finished talking.
You didn't say anything else?
It's understandable, and I don't hold it against you. I'll be honest with you, since you're honest with me. I've known Kurul, your father, one of your fathers, since I was very young, younger than you. Maybe equivalent of a 6-year-old. He practically raised me. I was very close with him. But he intended to use me for a purpose that didn't sit right with me, that was for evil, to hurt other people, to use my powers for things that I didn't want to use them for. And when I didn't work out for him, he turned on me. And I've tried to help your other father retrieve you for fear of what he would use you for as well. There's a mark on your neck, you know.
He puts a hand to it.
When did you get that?
I've always had it.
I have a friend who might be able to tell us more about that mark, because I want you to be safe and free from his influence, as I was freed. If you would let her look at it, then I might be able to protect you a little better.
Who?
Cass, the one who seems to have a lot of the children gravitating towards her.
She was nice to 12. I
I
trust
think
her.
she's even given him a name. some of them they deserve more than numbers.
I used to give them names.
If you
They
could tell
stopped
them
doing
their
that.
names. You'll probably have more right than us to tell them. You know them.
Actually, I don't. I learnt not to ask. Hurt too much.
Hopefully they can find their names along the way then.
Where are we going? Where are
I'm
you
trying to
taking us?
figure out somewhere safe for the children and for you. Saraza, the taller man with the ponytail, he has experience looking after children, wayward children like Neff, I'm sure you know, have seen. She slept in the same room as you all last night.
She snores.
Very loudly. I think he'll be able to help you, and of course we will all try find somewhere safe, but I know Jaral wants to stay with you. He's been separated from you for so long. I think it was painful for him.
He spoke to me. He wants to raise me. But if he was with Carol and you think that Carol was bad, then surely he'll make me bad too.
I think Jaral was also like me. When I grew up, I was headed for the same direction as Jaral. But Jaral he's trying to do better for you, for himself. And I think he genuinely is. It's difficult. If Carol has offered you love and protection, it's really hard to see the bad in that sort of person. But I think Jaral is getting there.
He's good. Not
I want to
Jaral,
think so.
Carol.
Carol.
He never hurt my friends. Are you gonna... You're not gonna hurt them?
That would never hurt them.
You're gonna take them somewhere safe?
Of course.
Fine. I do miss him a bit. Is that a bad thing?
I do too. Not what he is, but what I thought he was. He was all I had when I was growing up. My only friend, more than my family member. I don't expect you to change your views right now, Valis. But I do hope as you get older, as Jaral talks to you, as we talk to you, that you'll understand that Carol did not have your best interests at heart, nor your friends. And I know it's difficult to believe that, coming from me.
Make a persuasion check, if you don't mind. I'll let you have advantage because you used your personal connection with Carol, and I think that was really smart.
Thank you. One wasn't bad, it was an 11, but the next one's a 16 plus persuasion, right?
Yep. I think you're pretty good at that.
22.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, you are like me. And Jaral is like you. I'll try and protect you both, but I can't make any promises.
Thank you, Alice. We will protect you in turn. I actually wanted to ask, the knife you had, what does it do?
It's It's special to me. I don't really know how it works. I only ever used it on animals or beasts or monsters before. Never used it on a human. But it hurts them. It hurts them quite badly.
Do you mind if I look at it and I'll give it right back? I'll even sit on the floor if you want to have the upper hand. Brian pulls out his own dagger and hands it to Valis. So Valis is still armed.
He takes it, takes a step back, slowly draws his dagger and puts it at his feet and kicks it across to you.
Brian sits on the floor, so Valis is very much got the high ground.
Sure.
Can I investigate the dagger?
You may. Just an investigation?
Well, if I detect... I think it's got magic. Can I do...
It would be an arcana check if you're looking for magic.
I kind of want to learn everything I can about it. So
Sure.
can I start with an investigation and see what that tells me?
Yeah, let's see how it goes.
12 plus 3, 15.
Okay. Starting with the investigation. Hang on. I'm trying to get the...
Could just bring this to Zarina and be like, what this?
Oh, fuck. Okay. This, I wish there was a proper picture of it. I wonder if it's in the player's handbook. No, it's the fucking wild mount. I really want it. I really want Explorer's Guide to Wild Mount, but less. Okay, so, looking at it, I'm actually going to just really quickly Google, see if there is a picture. Oh, okay, cool. So, looking at it, you see this dagger on closer inspection. It appears to be hewn out of some kind of obsidian. The handle is like almost naturally occurring black rock. You don't have a great knowledge of stone, so whether it is actually obsidian or if it's just a black sort of gem or a black sort of granite of some kind, you maybe want to ask Cass. The blade as well is a polished, like curved, short blade, but it is made of the same material. Around the hilt, there is a velvet ribbon, which is just, it's quite tattered and worn, but it is a royal purple color, and is tied in just a tight bow there, and sewn really like shoddily, as though it's been unpicked and done over and over again, is a little V on the edge of it. And you get the impression that maybe Valis did that bit himself. It's so clumsy and childlike, been poked through over and over. But this appears to be his prized possession. It is immaculate, other than the ribbon, which has just been sort of frayed over time. You want to learn something more about it?
Yeah.
Okay. You can do an arcana You can do an arcana check, and I will be able to talk to you a bit about the schools of magic involved. Alternatively, you can cast some kind of spell and you might get a bit more information that way.
I don't think I have the ability to do that, so...
Sure.
Natural 20.
Oh shit!
Plus 8, 28.
Okay. This appears to be a very versatile weapon, so you're looking at it and it could be... This is something probably from the investigation you would have carried over. Thrown or held in hand. Looking at it, you're kind of just like turning it over and just like mimicking the movement of it a little bit. As you sort of like swish it to the side slightly, as you just sort of like feel the weight of it in your hands, there's a very faint trail of like ripple in the air, as if like the dagger is sort of pulling in the space around it alongside its blade. Just like, you know how when you're flying in an aeroplane, you can sometimes see like the air like sort of in trails going over the wings. It looks a little bit like that. It's pulling. And as it sort of does swipe, the black blade, it's almost as if you can see through the blade into something else.
Do I get any
The
sense
space.
of the school of magic, or
It appears so. Necromancy, first of all. There is an element of something else, but it's almost if it's just beyond your reach, as though maybe to fully understand it, you have to be attuned.
Alright, he's gonna give it back to Valis.
Okay.
Take his back dagger back.
He swaps
That's
it
a
with you.
very interesting dagger you have. I have another friend here who might be able to tell you more about it. Because I feel if you're going to be protecting people, you should know exactly what you're wielding. I unfortunately can't tell you everything.
Okay. Who?
Well, funnily enough, it is Sarazer and Loran's mother. You saw her before. She's been shooting fireworks at every mealtime. She's very nice.
Scary. She's scary.
She is enthusiastic. Do you want me to come with you?
Bring her here.
Right here? Okay, I'm going to just sit you in the chair, relax.
Mhm.
Don't go anywhere. This is a big house. Don't want you to get lost. Right?
Mhm.
Brian's concerned about Valis wandering into a cupboard and never coming out again. Mm-hmm. He's going to pop out, see if he can see anyone around. Is there anybody remaining?
You see the whole group who have just been chilling. What have you been doing this whole time?
Yeah, chilling.
I think
Comforting Sarazer.
Serena would have joined
Breakfast.
to make mimosas for everyone.
I think Cass would have picked up Keon, and I think she would have tried to speak to Joral.
Okay, yeah, Joral has taken a seat fairly far away, but isn't sitting with you.
Joral, I would have said yesterday, but obviously you were resting, and for a good reason.
I'm dying.
Well, I was going to say that, Brian.
He's not here.
I know. It was almost like Brian's voice just came through this wall. But no. I've spoken to Sarazer, and obviously we will try and contact any of the families of the children that are missing. But I know that you are potentially, well, I know you're looking for somewhere to go. And if you or any of the other children needed somewhere to stay, I have a place that is, you're more than welcome to stay in until you wanted to leave or found somewhere else. Or but yeah, I just wanted to let you know that was available to you and to Valis and to any of the children if needed.
He looks a little bit wary, but he says, "Thank you. I'll think about it.
You're welcome.
Kind of you to offer."
It's fine. I'm not there that often anyway, so it just kind of makes sense to be used if needed.
Like I said, I'll think about it.
Of course. She's gonna go over and drink some more mimosas with Zarina.
Yep, Serena's just been making mimosas. She's got margaritas in a fantasy blender. It's great.
Oh, I'm going for a margarita.
Frozen
yes.
Margarita? Oh, yeah.
But making
Anyone
sure
for
that it's very far out of Keon's reach.
Of course. You've all heard of strawberry daiquiri. Welcome to mango daiquiri. This was the first drink I ever fed Loran when he was able to
When he
drink
was
alcohol.
like 2.
Well, I did try, but Leander said no. So, lot Brian isn't there. But also, as you return, everyone else, you also at the table? Anyone drinking? Anyone eating food? What are you doing?
I'd love to eat some breakfast.
Yeah. Same.
You can have
Toast.
some eggs. You can have some avo toast.
Avo toast? Oh my god, yes.
It's a
Yeah.
proper Sydney brunch from my memories of brunch in Sydney. Hey guys,
I've been
it's
missing those.
where did we go when we had brunch and it was like
On Bondi
Asian
Beach.
fusion brunch? Oh my god, that was also shit, that was
Bondi,
also really
yeah.
freaking good. That was really good as well. Wow. Oh boy. So much brunch. Anyway, it's like imagine your favorite brunch that you can't get in quarantine. That's what you're eating. Everyone close your eyes for a moment.
This is painful.
Imagine
Contra.
all the brunches.
Cass is just
It's
making bubble
easy
tea.
if you try.
It's very
Imagine
easy.
all the boba. Anyway, that's it.
Like holding up a
I haven't
rock
got
Oh.
Oolong pearl.
I think
Oh,
Brian's trying to
no.
get Cass's
Not
attention.
enough.
Yeah.
Georgia, I'm going to distract you.
Cass,
Trying to get
Cass.
Cass's attention.
Sorry,
And Serena.
Cass is gonna come. Okay, Cass is gonna come. Serena, I think we're
Serena.
being summoned.
Okay.
Bring the
she picks up-
margaritas.
Yes.
Hmm.
She brings
Actually,
all her drinks.
Dural as well. If that's okay.
He stands up and starts walking.
Mm.
I'm coming.
Once he gets you out in the... He'll be like, I'll tell the rest of you
Slya?
immediately after.
Slya, what do you want to do?
Could I have medicine check done? Just a quick medicine check on Dural in the morning. Like once everybody'd settled in the. I think Emma's frozen.
I think
Uh-oh.
Emma's
Oh
frozen.
no.
Oh no.
Emma!
Frozen margarita.
Come.
She's
Come
a frozen
back.
mango daiquiri.
Blended.
On a beach.
Hope not. Okay.
Where?
Where?
Hi.
Hello.
What did you want to do, Slya?
Just like as we were settling down for breakfast, could Slaya have done just a quick medicine check on Dural? Like,
Yeah. I'll let you do it.
okay,
He would have let you.
cool. That is a 16.
A 16. He looks like he looks fairly well rested as well. The thing is, he appears to be, I've used this word twice already in this session, a little windswept. Because
Different context.
a little windswept. And you imagine based off of that, and based off of the fact that he wasn't in the bed when you woke up, that he maybe went outside. Fresh air, or for another reason you don't know, but yeah. You know, there are plenty of balconies up on the second floor of the Dehane estate. You know that there's plenty of open, large windows, everything like that. So either went somewhere to get a breath of
A breath of what?
fresh air.
Okay.
We went outside somehow. Yep. Oh yeah, it's Baby Yoda. 'Cause
So
I thought it was
cute.
Baby
Yoda.
Yoda.
Yeah, my mum
Very
is
cute.
obsessed with Baby.
Very cute.
She's absolutely obsessed. She sends me like photos every day. It's really cute. Different Baby Yodas. And I still haven't seen The Mandalorian, but I want to. Is
Quite enjoyed it.
there anything else you want to try and... is there anything else you want to try and learn, Slya?
Basic insight check to see how he's doing, I guess.
Yeah. I think you're quite in tune with him. You don't really need the insight roll.
Okay.
I think that
I mean, her passive
just tell
insight's
that-
19.
you can just tell that he is taking every moment as it comes. Still looks ready to flee at any second, but he has a bit less tension in his shoulders. Eyes constantly searching for Valis.
She's just gonna kind of like when she's done medicine checking, she'll just like pat him on the shoulder and kind of go off.
Okay.
Emma, you were
Right.
a little laggy.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, are you back? I don't know.
Okay, so everyone else is going off to speak to Valis, who is at exactly Ulster, Dural, and Cass, and Serena. Okay, cool. You kind of go back around.
He will explain before they go in, if that's okay.
Okay. Yep.
just saying, Cass, he has a mark of Alan on his neck that I was thinking maybe you could look at, and maybe
Sick.
don't be too hard on him. Don't break all the details, but it's probably good if you look at that. Serena, he has a dagger that has very strange energy coming from it. It's an obsidian-like blade. And you're his father, and I obviously wanted you to be here. Also, I have something to tell you. I guess you guys can know as well, because I'm going to tell everyone else. He mentioned that Gruul told him to take care of his body, which makes me think that perhaps Valis is a vessel for Gruul to enter upon his death.
Serena just sighs, eyes closing. Fuck.
Okay, at this, Cass is gonna like go and give Keon to Bluey and be like, "This isn't you, Bluey." Yeah.
Bluey grabs your cheeks, steers you like a steering wheel. Okay.
How does Gerard react to that?
Gerald is tight-lipped. Skin is slightly paled. He doesn't say anything, he just walks round, out of sight.
Valis is up in there.
That's where he's going.
Yeah. It's just Gerard just leaves.
He's going. You follow?
See.
Perhaps? Okay, so as you go around the corner, the fucking corner. Fucking endless labyrinth. I'm just putting the right music on for this. So,
I want to hear the music.
you can
Send it
listen
to the chat.
The Prepare for Battle playlist.
You can play on Spotify.
Oh no.
It's just because it's got really good like tunes for moody.
You bopping.
Yeah, to bop to. Moody tunes to bop to. It's my favorite playlist. So, as you all make your way around, Valis is sitting, dagger sheathed at his waist, on a low chair that is just like a low armchair that is in the sitting area. Gerald walks right up to him and takes him by the shoulders, and he just says, "Where?" to you, all stare, looking over.
The mark?
Which one?
I think Brian just walks over and says to Valis, "Can you show Gerald the mark on your neck?"
And Gerald looks at it. I never got this close. I didn't know. Or maybe I didn't want to see it. What does it mean?
Look at Cass.
Okay, well, I think she's going to come up to Valis and be like, Valis, would you mind if I saw it and or touched
He's a little,
it?
yeah, he looks a little stunned because this whole time he's sort of had his, a wariness about him. The fact that someone could just come up and grab him, he's like a little.
Brian's like making sure he
shaken.
has distance, so he's not crowding.
Yeah.
Like, Valis.
Yeah. Cass is like is like asking his permission and like from a distance and is being quite respectful of that.
Valis pulls his hair aside and shows.
Okay, so
Yes.
Cass is going to go up to it.
Yeah.
Obviously, Cass is quite familiar with it anyway.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether I
A
think
religion
she would.
check would be just a formality by this point. So just roll a religion check
Okay.
if you're trying to get some information.
Okay,
It's
I
such a
am.
monster doing this.
Oh God, my
Do you
religion
remember when
is a
Gerald
bit.
was like, he would never do that?
Okay,
I'm
16.
kind of on board with breaking in and just flame grilling him, but anyway.
With a 16, Cass, you've seen this mark a few times before. The first time you saw it was years ago, almost 2 years ago now, on the hands of Ender Ashun. The second time you saw it was much later and a little bit more recent, across the eye of Randall Payne. And this is the third time you're seeing a mark of this caliber. What was your religion check?
16.
You know.
Can I roll with an oh, okay. I was gonna say it was like advantage, but it's still quite high anyway.
Now that you've sort of distanced yourself from Milan, I'm gonna say there's a little bit less of the advantage. There'll be a bit more niche situations, but you know.
Yeah.
You know this one.
Okay.
So when you look at it and you recall your teachings when you were trying to sort of follow Laurent?
Laurent has become his own thing. That's his demon
The Order of Laurent.
The Order of Laurent. No, Laurent. Alan's orders. This. Oh no, Aelin. Okay, we'll wrap it up in a minute. This mark.
Recorded, so.
Yeah. Is a mark of possession. Used either to mark a creature intended to become a vessel, or one that has already become one. There we go. Looking back,
okay.
two things something that Ender and Randall had in common were that both of them had been possessed. Ender possessed by Alan himself, and then later you learn from the others by his father. And then Randall by the dragon, whose soul was contained in a stone orb stitched behind his eye.
Okay, I think knowing that, Cass is going to have a look at the dagger, and she's going to be like, she's going to do, I've got detect magic.
Go for it. So you can just do that as a...
Yeah.
Cool. Cast detect magic. Let me just clarify what it's going to tell you. Oh, I love this book so much.
Or is it identified?
Check which one it is, because
yeah, it's identify.
Identify, okay.
Yes.
H.
Okay, I want to use that one. Do you want me to read what it does?
I got it here. So,
cool.
You choose one object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell. If it is a magic item or some other magic imbued object, learn its properties, how to use them. Cool. This is a magical dagger. Now, it is adapted from a dagger which does actually exist, so I can send you the stats of this if anybody is interested in them. This dagger is known as the Weapon of Certain Death dagger. When you damage a creature with an attack using this magic dagger, the target can't regain hit points until the start of your next turn. Proficiency with the dagger allows you to add your proficiency bonus to the attack roll, or for any attack you make with it. That is the official, and then added onto that, as a bonus action, you can use this dagger to summon an extra planar space, a hiding space, which lasts until dispelled, maximum of an hour.
Okay. With that knowledge, can I sense if like anything's been like activated with it currently, or if it's just currently chilling?
It doesn't seem to be activated currently.
Okay.
The dagger would follow the user into the space. the intention is for someone to hide in it, that kind of
Okay, so it creates a gap. So basically it creates like a little rift that you can just pop into and chill for a little
space
bit
enough for
and then
one
come back
person.
out. Okay, so that's okay, cool, got it. All right. But on top of that, I can't see any connection with Alan and the dagger.
I
roll
see
a
what you're
different
saying.
check?
Right. Roll an investigation check.
Let's check.
Mhm.
Eek! Oh, that was almost close to being cocked, and how I wish it was, but it wasn't. It was a nat 1, so I'm just like,
Would you like a 6?
sharp,
Or
pointy
would
thing.
they be able to give that 6?
I think that's a bit of a stretch. You might have to be able to see. You have to be able to
I
know
felt like,
that someone's struggling with the thing.
Can I hear anything?
I felt like,
Make a perception check. Go on then.
damn it!
Okay, that's 21.
Yeah. Sure. You hear Cass struggling from the room, and you poke your head around, and you can see that she's like staring at this dagger, like, might be a bit of a stretch,
what
but
does-
a 6 you get
Daggers.
instead.
Okay, so I get a 6 as opposed to a nat 1.
Plus whatever.
And then do I add what my... Oh, nice.
Mhm.
Oh, that's so handy. Okay, that is a 15 then.
50. Fuck me. Okay, everything has changed. So, fuck. What were you asking again? Does that have anything
So
to do with
I'm
Lan?
kind of like looking at it specifically if there's any link to Alan or Karul or like that.
Okay.
type.
The purple velvet. You get the impression. You know that that's kind of a color that has often been associated with Karul. So perhaps there is a link there. Get the impression this is a gift. You've not really ever seen anything quite like this before. It's hard to say where it came from. I will say that you know that weapons of a magical nature exist in lots of different forms and are passed down not just from patrons but in other ways. If this has been something that has been brought to Karul's what am I call inventory over time, whether it's something he's received as a gift or whether he's made it himself, it's impossible to say.
Okay. All right. I
Mhm.
don't know if I can really get any more information.
You'd be looking at like a legend lore
Oh,
spell to get
no.
really anything else.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty much all I can do. I'm like, okay. Thank you, Valis, for letting me look at both your dagger and your mark. It's much appreciated. Take good care of that dagger. It's very powerful.
I know. He just
Ooh, yeah, like Dural and stuff. Like a word.
Droll seems reluctant to leave his side. His like fingers are like even though his skin is dark, they're almost like pale in his fists.
Obviously, you want to stay with Valis, but
Obviously.
yes, this information just might be for you to hear and others.
Pushes away. Comes towards you. What?
So Cass explains what the mark means, that it's a mark of possession, either someone intending to be a vessel or already having been a vessel, and explains what the weapon is as well, and says that would fit if Karul was intending to use Valis as a vessel, but it also could mean that Alan as well has possessed him or plans to possess him.
Can it be removed? Mostly directed at Zarina.
This is Alan we're talking about. Removing something like this wouldn't require contract? Or the person who intended to use it, or being that intended to use it, being eradicated? If your intention is to eradicate Alan, I must warn you that you are in for quite the task. He is a deity.
Yeah, I know.
If you want my advice, if, say, an agreement can be reached, perhaps that would be more beneficial. But I understand if that's not what you want to do. Personally, as a mother, I think I could kill a god. Anyway.
Well, I've been kind of down to get rid of the big boss. So
We'd need to assemble quite a strike force for that one.
yes, we definitely would. I can say, I think Cass would insight check Geralt when Serena said about
Yeah, like making an
the agreement.
Like,
yeah,
no, Geralt.
I think
Bad
Cass,
Geralt.
I think Cass would insight that.
Yeah. Okay.
Cass
I'm also going to give you. I want also for Cass for you to make me just a general intelligence is going to be a really low DC. Also 21 on your insight.
Yeah.
His eyes flicker over to Serena. Pause on her a moment. Looks away. And then looks back.
Okay. So Cass, because I want to say something to him about the agreement. Should I do that before or after the intelligence check?
I think you might want what you want to say might be changed by the intelligence check. So
okay, then I will
influenced by it at least.
Ugh.
So shockingly low DC. It's like a. I don't. Right.
Oh, I got a 7.
7. Okay. You don't know how, and you don't even know how well it's worked. Your magic has changed since you came to the Feywild. You have been able to distance yourself from Milan's influence. Whether you've distanced yourself enough to be completely free from, for example, the visions you used to get. You haven't gotten any of those recently. The dreams you used to have, his direct contact. None of that's happened recently. You know in your heart, your soul still has an attachment to him. You've not quite been able to figure that one out yet. But you have been able to make some progress in your time in the Feywild. And that's only been 6 months. So
okay.
You think it could be possible to figure out another way. Exactly what that way is, you don't know.
Okay, so I relay that to Geralt. I also say to Geralt, you know Alan, an agreement with him will not help anyone. It will damage you in other ways. And cruel, and it's just not ideal. But also I have made progress in kind of trying to escape Alan's influence by being in the Feywild. I've been kind of dedicating myself to the Archfey more now rather than Alan as my deity. Whether this can help Valis as well, it is probably likely. It is worth doing that rather than an agreement with Alan.
Are you suggesting asking the Archfey for help? I'm a bit confused.
As in, like, Cass is trying to shift patronage to the Archfey, is what's been going on.
That's what she's been doing the last few months, which is
so
why
what is Cass suggesting by that?
I think, like, what Cass is suggesting is that to stay, or not necessarily to stay in the Feywild, but there is something there. Cass has been able to create a distance between her and Alan. So that suggests that there is a possibility of distancing Valis as well. But
Keeping
it's not.
Valis in the Feywild.
Yes, or appealing to the Archfey or appealing to Zarina, that sort of thing.
Make Serena your deity.
She is actually the one who you went to, because she is the closest magical influence to the Archfey on this side of the planar system. That's her fucking cool job that perhaps Ryan still wants, but he wants Allstairs kids more, so what's it gonna be? Anyway, that's not the time for that. You can have both.
Can I just ask Valis one more thing before we continue this conversation?
Jarrell nods, steps aside.
Brian ducks over to Valis. Sorry again to ask more of you, Valis. Have you ever seen a small stone, purple, like a gem? Did Karul ever show you anything like that, or anyone else? No. Can I insight check him? 22.
He's being truthful. Never heard of anything like that.
Okay. Just be careful. Well, obviously we're going to protect you, and I doubt your father will let you out of his general sight, but if you ever do come across a stone like that, please tell us. Could be dangerous, considering the mark on your neck. Uh-oh.
Is Emma gone, or is Emma just... No, I saw a blink.
It froze a second, and I tried to... It froze a second, and I tried to fix it, but it was fine.
It's sometimes really hard to tell, like...
Yeah, because you just pause sometimes, like, really dramatically, and I was like, oh my god, has she gone again?
That time I genuinely was like, oh my god, it's frozen, and I wanted to change the window to see if it would change, and it did. So if it changes, then I can keep going. So okay, so Vala says, I will. It's important?
It's important for your safety. We want to make sure no one can hurt you.
Okay. I won't keep it from you if I see anything like that.
Thank you. Brian's going to duck back to Jarrell and be like, contracts with Elan? No, but we can discuss this because, you know, I always thought Karul was a terrible, horrible, no good, bad person for the past 8 months. But the fact that he has done this to your son is just... We're going to help him. But we can't make contracts with Elan knowing that Karul is directly under him. That would be playing right back into their hands. So with the Archfey, if we can work something out, if we keep Valis here, out of Elan's reach.
If it's any consolation, my first thought wasn't Elan for the contracts. But thank you for saying that. I'm just processing everything. I think I need some more time.
Can I insight Jarrell, just in general?
Yep. If you wish. I'll change my music.
That is a natural 20 plus 10.
Oh, fuck,
30.
dude. You're killing it. Absolutely killing it. Cool.
2 natural 20s.
It's exactly what you'd expect. He is hiding a sort of an inkling of despair or distraught emotion behind a very cold expression. He is saying very little, but you get the impression that he has a lot on his mind, a lot that he's not ready to say yet, or hasn't found the words to say yet, which is why he said he needed time.
Does he seem angry?
No,
No.
He seems very hurt.
Don't worry, anger's the next stage.
Soon. He seems hurt. He seems shocked and lost for words. And from what you just said, he says, it looks like we have a little bit more work to do than perhaps we initially thought. I don't think we can even think of confronting Alan until we know what they're doing. Until we've taken out Karul's vessels. Who's to say he only has the one? There was talk of bodies. I just don't know what to do. I need help. I didn't say anything else.
Before we move on, before anyone makes agreements with anyone, that's something we need to discuss. But Zarina, if we keep Valis here, you said it was a good idea for us to move on. How should we prioritize now?
It's hard for me to say. Yes, Cass did make significant improvement here, but her soul is still Alan's. That is rest assured. We haven't gotten that far just yet. And yes, the Archfey, based on that, would be an option. An option that would take time, but perhaps time is what you need. Time to unravel Karul's plans, time to learn Alan's true intentions, and time to figure out exactly what is going on with Elijah Ashun. Those seem to be your big three at the moment. But the drawback is this is still the Feywild, where they want him. I am not here enough. Leander isn't here. Nikir is here. But he has no magic. If something were to happen, the estate can only hold its walls for so long. We have powerful magics. We have defenses. I mean, that should be a given. But I can't guarantee that I personally can keep him safe.
I was intending on leaving them.
You want to leave him here?
I was maybe intending to stay with them. Or if we move around, we bring them with us. I wasn't going to leave them anywhere. But if here's the safest place for us to stay.
Alstair, I can't make that decision for you. And that is something you cannot choose lightly. I have a feeling that if you were to stay, Gerald would also want to stay. Gerald doesn't have any reaction to that. And if you want to stay, well, we all know who else would be staying. That's a big choice. And not one you should make alone.
What about my locket that I left?
We still have that with Karul. It is
We could
indivisible
source-
from the trial now.
If we could source anything like that, it might be possible to safely take Valis around between mansions, sanctums, safe places.
You know what? There is something. But I only just thought about it. Get Sarasa.
Okay, Brian goes get Sarasa.
Zarina's sort
Everyone
of,
back in the breakfast room just like, what is going on?
Zarina's sort of slumped down as this thought's come across her head. You go and get Sarasa?
Yeah.
He follows you back. And Zarina looks at him and she says, the necklace. Your father's. You know the one I'm talking about. And Sarasa looks at her and he says, we can't use that. He's still in there. Surely he's had enough punishment by now.
What's going on?
Sarasa leaves.
Serena, what's happening?
Family friends. Old friends. We have something similar to what you were referring to with the locket. Has a little bit of a history there. When Loran was just born...
Is this
I fell
Dehane and
ill.
Suffering content?
It's Dehane and Suffering content! When Loran was first
100%.
born, I fell ill. In that time, an attempt was made on the family. That ended very, very poorly, as you can imagine. I've always been this powerful, so... However, it did take a little time to get our full and proper revenge on them. And in that time, Leander was put in a bit of a difficult position. At which point Sarasa returns, and he's holding a small velvet box with a lock on the side. And Zarina takes it, and she waves her hand over the side of it. It pops open, and inside you see a golden necklace with a peridot gem in the middle. And in that gem is a tiny black speck. A single imperfection. She says, this doesn't work exactly the same way as your locket does. It's a little more long-term. It is still possible to get the person out. Just not so frequently. And of course, the person who puts them in there has to be the one to take them out.
Okay.
Now, you see, there is somebody in there at the moment, but like I said, I think they've served their time. I can take them out of this. And Valis could go in. Giral, and she looks over him. You would not see your son for some time. But he would be safe. And even if this is destroyed, I can still access the space. So.
How long does he have to be in there for at a time?
1 year.
That's a 10-year-old kid.
It's not a decision to be made lightly. If you want something right now that will guarantee that safety, this is it. Until you make that choice, she puts it in the box, puts her hand across the lock, and it seals. The offer is on the table, as well as a lot of alcohol and breakfast foods. If you want to rejoin me over there, I think we've had enough of summoning people from the breakfast room for this conversation.
I think Giral needs to be the one to make that decision.
Dural is quiet.
Along with Valis.
I will speak to my son alone. Until then, wait for me.
Can we share the bulk of this information with the others? I feel like they're very confused.
Everything.
Okay.
I trust them now.
Oh God.
Okay, and you can go back to the breakfast room and pass on all of this information.
So guys, guess what?
So guys,
You'll
Heavy
never
stuff.
believe.
oh my
Drama.
God, you'll never believe what happened. It was crazy. Like literally, there's a guy in a fucking necklace. How wild. Anyway.
I think the thing that Brian is like most disturbed about, that he probably like starts with, is the fact that Karul is probably planning to use Valis as his like body vessel, like his 10-year-old son. The Brian's just like,
Oh damn.
Oh, deep. Just, I love how it's like, we could have ended on like the brawl. It's like, which point do we want to end it on? Do we want to end it on like the cute hug? Do we want to end it on the brotherly duel? Or do we want to end it on like depressed? And it's always the depressed.
It wouldn't be the disappointment crew if we didn't end on that note.
Espresso with the DC.
Yeah.
Hey guys, you came here for fun content. Instead, you come away with depression. As you all sit down and you pass this information along with each other, Dural and Valis do not return just yet. And as you wait for them to hear their answer, at the breakfast table in the beginning of this new day, with all of what you've just learnt on your minds, we're going to end the session there because it's almost midnight for you guys and it's 11 for me. I've got work tomorrow. So remember how I was like, oh, we can go for like 20 more minutes about like an hour and a half ago?
Yeah.
That was actually closer to 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Cool.
Good sesh. Good sesh.
Big sesh. There was a lot of
Funky.
information
Get Valis to do the next time.
Oh yes.
Oh.
I'll do it now so then we can turn the stream off.
Alright.
If you want to see whether I'm going to be locked in a necklace for the next year. If you want to see whether I can truly protect my friends with this obsidian strange dagger thing. Tune in next week at 5:15 Japan time, 6:15 Australia time, and ridiculous o'clock in the morning Texas time. I will protect my friends, and I will be on stream next week with all these great guys. Thank you everyone who watched.
Thanks for watching.
Thank you everyone who
Love.
watched. See you next time.
Bye.
Bye. These are getting less and less like quality as time goes on.
Nah, it's good.